The ocean has a way of shattering our illusions of safety, often when we least expect it. Sometimes it strikes in violent storms or crushing depths, but perhaps most terrifying is when it claims its victims on a calm, starlit evening, just a stone's throw from civilization. This is the story of the Witchcraft, a luxury yacht that vanished into thin air on December 22, 1967, in what should have been the safest waters imaginable. Picture this. It's the night before Christmas Eve in Miami, Florida. The waters off the coast are mirror, smooth, reflecting the lights of the city like scattered diamonds. Perfect conditions for a leisurely evening cruise to enjoy the harbor's famous Christmas boat parade. For Dan Burak, a successful hotel owner, and his companion Father Patrick Horgan, it was meant to be a relaxing end to a busy year aboard Burak's pride and joy, the 23-foot cabin cruiser, aptly named Witchcraft. At 9:00 p.m., the Witchcraft departed from Pier 7 in Miami, heading just 1 mile offshore to get a better view of the spectacular light displays that had made Miami's Christmas boat parade legendary. The yacht was in perfect condition, recently serviced and equipped with all necessary safety equipment. Burak was an experienced boater who knew these waters like the back of his hand, having sailed them countless times without incident. The plan was simple: motor out to the preferred viewing spot, enjoy the parade of illuminated vessels, and return to dock within a few hours. In waters this close to shore, with boat traffic all around and the Coast Guard on high alert for the holiday festivities, what could possibly go wrong? At 9:22 p.m., just 22 minutes into what should have been a routine pleasure cruise, the Coast Guard received a radio call from the Witchcraft. Burak's voice came through clearly, reporting that his vessel had struck something underwater near the harbor entrance. The impact had damaged the propeller, but he emphasized that the situation was under control. The yacht was not taking on water, there was no immediate danger, and he simply needed a tow back to port. The transmission was calm and professional. There was no panic in Burak's voice, no indication of any emergency beyond a mechanical problem that could be easily resolved. He provided his exact coordinates, confirmed that both passengers were safe, and requested assistance. It was exactly the kind of call the Coast Guard handled dozens of times during busy holiday weekends. The Coast Guard response was immediate and by the book. Rescue vessel CG-1471 was dispatched from the Miami Beach station, just minutes away from the reported position. The crew expected a routine tow job, the kind of assistance they provided regularly to disabled pleasure craft in these busy waters. But when the Coast Guard cutter arrived at the coordinates provided by Burak just 19 minutes later, they found nothing but empty ocean. The Witchcraft had vanished completely. There was no debris field, no oil slick, no distress flares, no sign that a vessel had ever been in the area. The sea was as calm and undisturbed as glass, reflecting the city lights with perfect clarity. It was as if the yacht had simply been erased from existence in the brief span between the radio call and the Coast Guard's arrival. The immediate assumption was navigation error. Perhaps Burak had provided incorrect coordinates, or the current had drifted the disabled vessel to a different location. The Coast Guard expanded their search pattern, methodically covering ever-widening circles around the reported position. Other vessels in the area were alerted to watch for a white cabin cruiser with 2 men aboard. As minutes turned to hours, the search intensified. Coast Guard cutters, helicopters, and civilian vessels joined the effort, their powerful searchlights turning night into day across vast stretches of water. The Miami Marine Patrol, police boats, and even passing cargo ships were pressed into service. By dawn, more than 240 vessels and aircraft were combing the waters off Miami. The search area encompassed not just the reported position, but every possible location the Witchcraft could have drifted in the time since the distress call. They checked marinas, docks, beaches, and shallow areas where a damaged vessel might have sought shelter. Divers explored the seafloor near the harbor entrance, looking for any sign of the missing yacht. For 3 days, the massive search operation continued. The Coast Guard deployed every available resource, aided by volunteer boaters who knew that in these waters, anyone could need help. Aircraft flew grid patterns while surface vessels checked every inlet, every possible hiding spot, every shallow area where wreckage might be visible. They found nothing. No piece of the hull, no seat cushion, no life jacket, no personal belongings. The Witchcraft and its 2 occupants had simply ceased to exist, somewhere between the distress call at 9:22 p.m. and the Coast Guard's arrival at 9:41 p.m. What made the disappearance even more baffling was the location. This wasn't some remote stretch of ocean where ships could vanish into uncharted depths. The Witchcraft had disappeared in one of the busiest waterways in America, just 1 mile from downtown Miami, in shallow water rarely exceeding 50 feet in depth. The area was crisscrossed by shipping lanes, pleasure craft, and patrol boats. Even on a normal night, dozens of vessels would be visible from any given point. The holiday boat parade meant that hundreds of additional craft were in the vicinity, their crews scanning the water and enjoying the festivities. Weather conditions were perfect, with excellent visibility and virtually no wave action. If something catastrophic had happened to the Witchcraft, someone should have seen it, heard it, or found evidence of it. The official investigation that followed only deepened the mystery. The Coast Guard examined every possible explanation, from mechanical failure to collision, from sudden weather to human error. Naval architects studied the Witchcraft's design specifications, searching for any inherent flaw that could cause rapid sinking. Marine surveyors analyzed the harbor's underwater topography, looking for hidden hazards that could have caused catastrophic damage. The conclusion was unsettling. There was no logical explanation for how a 23-foot yacht could disappear so completely in such a short time frame under such benign conditions. Theories abounded, each more troubling than the last. Some suggested that the Witchcraft had struck an unmarked underwater obstacle with enough force to cause immediate sinking. But even a catastrophic hull breach would leave debris, and the yacht was equipped with enough flotation to keep it on the surface even if completely flooded. Others proposed that a larger vessel had accidentally run down the smaller yacht, dragging it under without the crew even realizing what had happened. But this scenario required the larger vessel's crew to somehow miss the impact, the debris, and the distress calls that would surely follow such a collision. More exotic theories began to emerge as conventional explanations failed to account for the evidence, or lack thereof. The Witchcraft had disappeared in waters that would later become associated with the infamous Bermuda Triangle, that mysterious region of the Atlantic where ships and aircraft allegedly vanish under inexplicable circumstances. Could the Witchcraft have encountered some unknown phenomenon that caused it to simply disappear? The timing and location certainly fit the pattern of other unexplained losses in the region. The complete absence of debris, the calm conditions, the proximity to shore, all seem to defy conventional maritime disaster scenarios. Some investigators theorized about underwater sinkholes or sudden vortices that could swallow a small vessel without leaving evidence. The waters off Miami are underlain by limestone formations, honeycombed with caves and underwater springs. Could some unknown geological event have opened beneath the Witchcraft, pulling it down into the depths? Others suggested more sinister possibilities. The late 1960s were a time of significant drug trafficking through South Florida waters. Could the Witchcraft have stumbled upon something it wasn't supposed to see? Had Burak and Father Horgan become unwitting witnesses to criminal activity that required their permanent silence? But these theories, while providing possible motives for foul play, still couldn't explain the mechanics of the disappearance. Even if the yacht had been attacked or sabotaged, some evidence should have remained. Sinking a 23-foot vessel completely, along with all its equipment and the bodies of its occupants, in just 19 minutes and in full view of a busy harbor, would require resources and expertise, far beyond typical criminal operations. The families of Dan Burak and Father Patrick Horgan were left with questions that may never be answered. Both men had simply vanished on what was supposed to be a peaceful evening cruise, leaving behind no clue about their fate. The Catholic diocese mourned the loss of Father Horgan, a respected priest who had been looking forward to celebrating Christmas Mass. Burak's family lost not just a loved one, but the disturbing knowledge that he had disappeared under circumstances that defied all logical explanation. Decades have passed since that December night in 1967, but the mystery of the Witchcraft remains as puzzling as ever. Modern search technology and underwater exploration techniques have failed to locate any trace of the vessel or its occupants. The seafloor off Miami has been mapped in detail, yet the Witchcraft's final resting place remains unknown. The case stands as one of the most baffling maritime disappearances in American waters, a reminder that even in our modern age of constant communication and surveillance, the ocean still guards its secrets jealously. In busy waters just minutes from shore, surrounded by other vessels and monitored by professional rescue services, two men and their yacht simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind only questions that grow more disturbing with each passing year. The Witchcraft's disappearance forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth, that safety and proximity to civilization are no guarantee against the ocean's mysterious power. On that calm December night in 1967, the sea demonstrated that it could reach out and claim victims even in the most unlikely circumstances, leaving no trace, no explanation, and no peace of mind for those left behind to wonder what really happened in those terrifying 19 minutes when a routine pleasure cruise became an unsolvable mystery. As we prepare to explore more of the ocean's most dangerous mysteries, the story of the Witchcraft serves as a chilling reminder that sometimes the most frightening disappearances are those that happen in plain sight, under perfect conditions, with no warning and no trace left behind. If this deep dive into maritime mysteries has you hooked, a quick tap of that like button helps our channel navigate the treacherous waters of the algorithm. Think of it as throwing us a digital life preserver to keep these fascinating stories afloat. Story 2. SS Anglo-Australian, The Last Message from the Void. From the mysterious vanishing of a pleasure yacht in sight of Miami's twinkling lights, we now sail across the Atlantic to an even more perplexing disappearance. In March 1938, as Europe teetered on the brink of war and tensions crackled across the ocean like electricity before a storm, the British cargo ship SS Anglo-Australian sent what would become one of maritime history's most haunting final transmissions. The message was routine, almost mundane in its normalcy. Passing the Azores, all well. Yet those 4 simple words would mark the last time anyone would hear from the 38 souls aboard, as the ship and its entire crew vanished into the vast Atlantic, without leaving so much as a piece of driftwood to mark their passing. The SS Anglo-Australian was no weekend pleasure craft vulnerable to sudden squalls or mechanical failures. This was a substantial cargo vessel, 412 feet of British steel, built for the rigors of Atlantic crossings. Launched in 1928 by the Anglo-Australian Steam Navigation Company, she was designed to carry freight between British and Australian ports, via the Mediterranean and Suez Canal, a route that had made her crew intimately familiar with the challenges of long-distance ocean travel. In March 1938, the Anglo-Australian was bound from Cardiff to Alexandria, Egypt, carrying a mixed cargo that included machinery, manufactured goods, and raw materials essential to Britain's expanding network of Mediterranean trade. The route would take her past the Azores, those remote Portuguese islands that served as waypoints for vessels crossing the Atlantic's vast expanse. For Captain Samuel Jones and his crew of 37, it was a familiar journey they had completed numerous times without incident. The political climate of early 1938 cast an ominous shadow over Atlantic shipping. Adolf Hitler had already begun his expansion into Austria, and tension was building throughout Europe as nations prepared for what many believed would be inevitable conflict. German U-boats, while not yet officially at war with Britain, were already prowling beneath the surface in increasing numbers, conducting training exercises, and gathering intelligence on British shipping patterns. Yet for all the geopolitical uncertainty, the Anglo-Australian's voyage began routinely. The ship departed Cardiff in early March with fair weather and a standard crew manifest. Regular radio reports indicated normal progress as she steamed southwest toward the Azores, maintaining the schedule expected of a well-run cargo vessel. On March 16, 1938, the ship's radio operator transmitted the fateful message that would become her epitaph. Passing the Azores, all well. The transmission was received clearly by multiple radio stations, recorded in shipping logs, and noted by maritime authorities tracking vessel movements in the area. Everything aboard the Anglo-Australian appeared to be proceeding according to plan. Then, silence. When the Anglo-Australian failed to report her position 24 hours later, radio operators initially assumed equipment failure or atmospheric interference. The 1930s were still early days for maritime radio communication, and temporary loss of contact was not uncommon, especially in the vast spaces between continents where radio stations were few and far between. But as hours stretched into days without any word from the vessel, concern mounted. The Anglo-Australian was carrying no passengers, but her crew of 38 represented families throughout Britain whose loved ones had simply vanished while going about their daily work. Maritime authorities began coordinating with other vessels in the area, asking them to watch for the missing cargo ship or any signs of distress. The search that followed revealed the true magnitude of the mystery. The Anglo-Australian had disappeared in one of the Atlantic's most heavily traveled corridors, along established shipping lanes where vessels passed regularly and where radio coverage was generally reliable. Yet despite intensive efforts by British, Portuguese, and Spanish maritime authorities, no trace of the ship was ever found. No distress signal had been transmitted after that final all-well message. No SOS calls were intercepted, no emergency radio beacons activated, no flares spotted on the horizon. The ship had simply ceased to exist sometime after passing the Azores, as if it had sailed into a void that swallowed it completely. The absence of any debris field was particularly puzzling. When ships sink in the Atlantic, especially cargo vessels carrying mixed loads, the debris field typically spreads across miles of ocean surface. Wood, metal, cargo containers, life preservers, oil slicks, personal belongings of the crew, all should have been visible to searching aircraft and vessels for days or weeks after the sinking. But the ocean around the Azores revealed no trace of the Anglo-Australian's passing. The cargo that had filled her holds, the lifeboats that should have floated free, the oil fuel that should have created visible slicks on the surface, all had vanished as completely as the ship itself. The investigation that followed considered every possible explanation for the disappearance. Weather records from March 1938 showed no exceptional storms in the area during the time frame when the Anglo-Australian vanished. While the Atlantic is notorious for sudden squalls and rogue waves, conditions around the Azores had been reported as relatively calm by other vessels transiting the area. Collision with another vessel was investigated but seemed unlikely. The shipping lanes around the Azores were well established and regularly traveled, but not so congested that collisions occurred without witnesses. Moreover, any vessel involved in such a collision would likely have reported the incident, or at least shown evidence of damage when reaching port. The possibility of mechanical failure leading to rapid sinking was examined in detail. The Anglo-Australian's design and construction records were scrutinized for any potential weakness that could cause catastrophic structural failure. Her cargo manifest was analyzed to determine if she might have been carrying anything that could explode or shift dangerously in heavy seas. What investigators found only deepened the mystery. The ship was considered well-built and properly maintained, with no known structural issues that would predispose her to sudden catastrophic failure. Her cargo, while heavy, was properly distributed and secured according to standard maritime practices. There was no obvious reason why the Anglo-Australian should have been any more vulnerable to disaster than thousands of other cargo vessels that crossed the Atlantic safely. As the search continued and the mystery deepened, more exotic theories began to emerge. Some suggested that the Anglo-Australian might have been intercepted by a German U-boat conducting pre-war intelligence operations. The political situation in Europe made such encounters increasingly possible, and the complete disappearance of the vessel could be explained if it had been torpedoed and sunk by a submarine whose crew had orders to leave no witnesses. However, this theory faced significant challenges. In 1938, Germany and Britain were not yet at war, and attacking British merchant vessels would have been considered an act of war, likely to precipitate the larger conflict that Hitler was not yet ready to begin. Moreover, German U-boat operations in the Atlantic were still relatively limited compared to what they would become during the war years. Others theorized about natural phenomena that could cause a ship to disappear without leaving debris. The Atlantic Ocean is subject to rogue waves, massive walls of water that can appear with little warning and strike with enough force to break even large vessels in half. If the Anglo-Australian had encountered such a wave, the ship might have broken apart and sunk so quickly that little debris reached the surface. But even this explanation struggled to account for the complete absence of any trace. Rogue waves, while devastating, typically leave some evidence of their passage. Oil slicks from ruptured fuel tanks, wooden debris from superstructures, personal belongings from crew quarters. Something should have remained to mark the ship's destruction. The timing of the disappearance added another layer of mystery to the case. The Anglo-Australian vanished during a period of increasing tension in Europe, when intelligence services were particularly active and suspicious of unusual activities. Yet no classified documents that emerged after World War II shed any light on the ship's fate. Neither German naval records nor British intelligence files contained any references to encounters with the missing vessel. Perhaps most unsettling was the mundane nature of that final transmission. Passing the Azores, all well, suggested a crew going about their normal routine, unaware of any impending danger. There was no hint of concern, no mention of unusual weather or mechanical problems, no indication that Captain Jones or his radio operator saw anything threatening on the horizon. This normalcy makes the subsequent disappearance even more chilling. In the span of hours, a fully operational cargo ship with an experienced crew had transformed from a routine radio report into one of maritime history's most enduring mysteries. The families of the 38 crew members faced the devastating reality that their loved ones had simply vanished without explanation. Unlike maritime disasters where bodies are recovered or wreckage provides closure, the Anglo-Australians' disappearance left only questions. Wives became widows, children became orphans, and parents lost sons without ever learning what had happened in those final hours. As World War II erupted and consumed the world's attention, the mystery of the Anglo-Australian faded from public consciousness. The larger tragedy of global conflict overshadowed the disappearance of a single cargo ship, and the case joined the growing list of wartime maritime losses whose exact circumstances would never be known. But the mystery persisted in maritime circles, and in the memories of those who had known the missing crew. The Anglo-Australian had vanished during peacetime, before the chaos of war could explain away such losses as the inevitable cost of conflict. Her disappearance suggested that the ocean harbored dangers beyond those created by human warfare. Today, more than 8 decades after that final transmission, the mystery of the SS Anglo-Australian remains unsolved. Modern oceanographic techniques and deep-sea exploration technologies have failed to locate any trace of the vessel or her crew. The Atlantic depths that claimed her have preserved their secret, leaving only that haunting final message to mark the ship's passing. The case serves as a sobering reminder of the ocean's capacity for mystery, even in an age of improving communications and navigation technology. In 1938, the Anglo-Australian represented the pinnacle of reliable cargo transportation, operated by experienced professionals using established routes and proven procedures. Yet all of this expertise and preparation proved insufficient against whatever force claimed the ship and her crew. The last message from the Anglo-Australian, passing the Azores, all well, echoes across the decades as a reminder that the ocean's greatest mysteries often begin with the most ordinary moments. In those 4 simple words lies the chilling suggestion that disaster can strike without warning, that the familiar can become foreign in an instant, and that sometimes the most dangerous enemies are those we never see coming. As we continue our exploration of maritime mysteries, the Anglo-Australian story reminds us that the ocean writes its own rules, often in invisible ink that becomes legible only after the victims have vanished beyond all hope of rescue or recovery. In the vast Atlantic, where countless ships have found their final resting places, the Anglo-Australian's grave remains unmarked and unknown, a testament to the sea's power to erase even the most substantial human endeavors without leaving so much as a ripple to mark their passing. Story 3. SS Marine Sulphur Queen, Fire in the Deep. From the Atlantic's mysterious swallowing of the Anglo-Australian, we now navigate into the warm, deceptive waters of the Gulf of Mexico, where another vessel would vanish under circumstances so bizarre they challenge our understanding of maritime disasters. In February 1963, the SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a specialized tanker carrying one of the most dangerous cargoes ever to sail the seas, disappeared with all 39 souls aboard, leaving behind only a faint sulphurous smell on the wind and a handful of life jackets floating on the surface. What makes this disappearance particularly chilling is not just the complete absence of the ship and crew, but the nature of her cargo. 15,260 tons of molten sulfur heated to nearly 300 degrees Fahrenheit, creating a floating bomb that could have exploded with devastating force. The Marine Sulphur Queen was no ordinary cargo vessel. Built in 1944 as a 2-tanker during World War II, she had been converted in the 1960s for one of the most specialized and dangerous missions in commercial shipping, transporting molten sulfur from processing plants to industrial customers. This conversion involved installing sophisticated heating systems throughout the ship's cargo holds, maintaining the sulfur in its liquid state at temperatures that would melt lead and turn water instantly to steam. Sulfur transport requires extraordinary precision and safety measures. The substance must be kept at exactly the right temperature, too cool, and it solidifies into an immovable mass that could destabilize the ship, too hot, and it becomes violently reactive, capable of generating toxic gases or explosive conditions. The marine Sulphur Queen's heating systems represented cutting-edge technology of the era, a complex network of steam pipes, insulation, and monitoring equipment designed to maintain cargo temperatures within narrow tolerances throughout the voyage. On February 2nd, 1963, the marine Sulphur Queen departed Beaumont, Texas, bound for Norfolk, Virginia, with Captain V.M. Gaddis commanding a crew of 38 experienced merchant mariners. The cargo holds contained 15,260 tons of molten sulfur heated to 275 degrees Fahrenheit, enough raw material to supply chemical plants and industrial operations along the East Coast for months. The route would take them southeast through the Gulf of Mexico, around the Florida Keys, and up the Atlantic coast, a journey the specialized tanker had completed dozens of times without incident. The ship's radio operator maintained regular contact with shore stations as they steamed through the Gulf, reporting position and status according to standard maritime protocols. These early transmissions indicated normal operations, with no mechanical problems or concerns about the volatile cargo. Captain Gaddis, a veteran of many sulfur runs, expressed confidence in his ship and crew as they settled into the routine of another cross-Gulf voyage. But the marine Sulphur Queen was carrying more than molten sulfur. She was sailing with a hidden structural problem that would prove catastrophic. Unknown to her crew, the ship's hull had developed stress fractures from years of exposure to extreme heat and chemical vapors. The constant thermal cycling from loading and unloading molten cargo had gradually weakened critical structural elements, creating metallurgical time bombs throughout the vessel. On February 4th, 1963, as the marine Sulphur Queen approached the Florida Straits, something went catastrophically wrong. The ship's last radio transmission was received at 1:25 a.m., a routine position report placing her approximately 230 miles southeast of New Orleans. After that, silence fell over the ship and her crew like a suffocating blanket. When the marine Sulphur Queen failed to report her next scheduled position, Coast Guard operators initially attributed the silence to radio equipment failure. Sulfur tankers were known to experience communication problems due to the corrosive vapors that could interfere with electronic equipment. But as hours passed without contact, concern mounted among maritime authorities. The Coast Guard launched search operations as soon as it became clear that the marine Sulphur Queen was genuinely missing. Aircraft and surface vessels began combing the ship's projected route, looking for any sign of the massive tanker or her crew. What they found was both puzzling and deeply disturbing. Floating in the warm Gulf waters, searchers discovered 5 life preservers and a life ring bearing the ship's name. The preservers showed no signs of use. They appeared to have floated free from their storage locations rather than being deployed by crew members attempting to abandon ship. More ominously, the life preservers were contaminated with sulfur residue and emitted the distinctive rotten egg smell of hydrogen sulfide gas. But there was no sign of the ship herself. No debris field, no oil slick, no distress beacons, and most chillingly, no trace of the 39 crew members who should have been using those life preservers to survive in the water. The marine Sulphur Queen had simply vanished, leaving behind only these few artifacts floating like maritime tombstones on the surface of the sea. The search expanded into one of the Coast Guard's most intensive operations of the 1960s. Aircraft flew grid patterns across thousands of square miles of Gulf waters, while surface vessels investigated every sighting, every piece of floating debris, every anomaly that might provide clues to the ship's fate. The search area eventually encompassed the entire projected route from the last known position to the ship's destination, as well as areas where currents might have carried wreckage or survivors. As days passed without finding any substantial evidence, theories about the ship's fate became increasingly dramatic. The most obvious explanation was that the molten sulfur cargo had somehow ignited or exploded, destroying the ship so completely that little debris remained on the surface. Sulfur, while not as explosive as conventional fuel, can create dangerous conditions when mixed with air at high temperatures, potentially generating enough force to tear apart a ship's hull. Supporting this theory was the chemical evidence found on the floating life preservers. The sulfur contamination suggested that the ship's cargo had been breached, allowing the molten material to escape its containment systems. The hydrogen sulfide odor indicated that chemical reactions had occurred, possibly generating toxic gases that could have incapacitated the crew before they could properly deploy survival equipment. But even a catastrophic cargo explosion should have left more debris than the handful of life preservers that were found. A ship the size of the marine Sulphur Queen, even if blown apart by internal explosions, would typically produce a debris field covering several square miles. Pieces of superstructure, fragments of hull plating, cargo equipment, crew belongings, and other floating materials should have been scattered across the Gulf surface for weeks after the disaster. The absence of such a debris field suggested something even more dramatic had occurred. Some investigators theorized that the ship might have suffered a hull failure so catastrophic that it sank almost instantaneously, taking the entire structure and cargo to the bottom before significant debris could escape to the surface. This scenario would require damage so extensive that the ship literally broke apart and imploded as it sank. Weather records from early February 1963 showed no exceptional storms in the Gulf that could account for such massive structural failure. While the Gulf can produce dangerous conditions, particularly during winter months, the marine Sulphur Queen had weathered similar or worse conditions many times during her career as a sulfur tanker. More disturbing theories began to emerge as conventional explanations failed to account for the evidence. The marine Sulphur Queen had vanished in waters that would later become associated with the notorious Bermuda Triangle, that mysterious region where ships and aircraft allegedly disappear under inexplicable circumstances. Could the tanker have encountered some unknown phenomenon that caused it to simply vanish? The ship's cargo made it particularly vulnerable to unusual electromagnetic or atmospheric effects. Molten sulfur is an excellent conductor of electricity, and the ship's heating systems created powerful electromagnetic fields throughout the vessel. If the marine Sulphur Queen had encountered some form of anomalous energy field or atmospheric disturbance, the interaction with her cargo and heating systems might have produced effects beyond conventional understanding. Other theories focused on the possibility of sabotage or attack. The early 1960s were a time of Cold War tensions, and the marine Sulphur Queen's cargo could have been considered strategically important. Sulfur is essential for producing various military chemicals and explosives, making the shipment a potential target for hostile intelligence services. Could the ship have been intercepted and destroyed to prevent her cargo from reaching its destination? However, such theories struggled to explain the mechanics of the disappearance. Even a submarine attack or sabotage would typically leave more evidence than the few life preservers found floating in the Gulf. The complete absence of the ship, crew, and cargo suggested something far more dramatic than conventional attack or terrorism. The investigation into the marine Sulphur Queen's disappearance revealed disturbing information about the condition of two tankers that had been converted for sulfur transport. These vessels, originally designed for conventional petroleum products, were being subjected to thermal and chemical stresses far beyond their original specifications. The constant heating and cooling cycles required for sulfur transport caused metal fatigue and structural deterioration that was poorly understood at the time. Subsequent inspections of other converted sulfur tankers revealed widespread cracking and corrosion in critical structural areas. Several ships were immediately withdrawn from service and underwent extensive repairs to address problems that could have led to catastrophic failure. The marine Sulphur Queen's disappearance had revealed a hidden danger in the growing sulfur transport industry. But even these structural problems couldn't fully explain how the ship had vanished so completely. A hull failure, even a catastrophic one, should still leave substantial debris and at least some chance for crew survival. The total absence of survivors' bodies or significant wreckage suggested that whatever happened to the marine Sulphur Queen occurred with such violence and speed that no one aboard had time to react. The families of the 39 lost crew members faced the agonizing reality that their loved ones had simply vanished while performing their dangerous but essential work. Unlike other maritime disasters where bodies are recovered or wreckage provides some closure, the marine Sulphur Queen's disappearance left only questions and the haunting image of unused life preservers floating on empty seas. For the sulfur transport industry, the loss of the marine Sulphur Queen led to significant changes in safety regulations and inspection procedures. Ships carrying molten cargo were subjected to more rigorous structural examinations, and new safety protocols were developed to address the unique dangers of high-temperature chemical transport. Yet these improvements came too late for the crew that had vanished into the Gulf's depths. As years passed and the mystery remained unsolved, the marine Sulphur Queen joined the growing list of vessels that had disappeared in the waters between Florida and the Bahamas. The ship's fate became part of the lore surrounding the Bermuda Triangle, cited as evidence that something strange and dangerous lurked in those warm, seemingly benign waters. Today, More than 6 decades after her disappearance, the marine Sulphur Queen's final resting place remains unknown. Advanced deep-sea exploration techniques have failed to locate any trace of the ship or her deadly cargo on the Gulf floor. The molten sulfur that killed her crew and possibly destroyed her hull has long since cooled and hardened. But the mystery of how 15,260 tons of ship and cargo could vanish so completely continues to puzzle maritime investigators. The case of the marine Sulphur Queen serves as a chilling reminder that some maritime occupations involve dangers that extend far beyond conventional seamanship challenges. When humans attempt to transport the most dangerous materials across the ocean's vast expanse, they risk encountering forces and failures that can erase all evidence of their passage. In the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, where winter storms and summer heat create constantly changing conditions, the sea claimed not just another ship, but an entire cargo of liquid fire, leaving behind only the faint smell of sulfur and the eternal question of what force was powerful enough to make such a massive vessel simply disappear. The marine Sulphur Queen's story reminds us that the ocean's greatest mysteries often involve not just the sea itself, but the dangerous cargoes and volatile materials that humans dare to carry across its surface. When fire meets water in the deep ocean, the result can be a mystery that burns as intensely as the cargo that caused it, leaving questions that may never be extinguished. Story 4. SS Pacific, vanished into the Victorian void. From the sulphurous mystery of a modern tanker's disappearance, we now travel back through time to the era of grand ocean steamers and Victorian confidence in mankind's mastery over the sea. In January 1856, when steam power was still considered a marvel of human ingenuity, and transatlantic crossing was the ultimate expression of technological progress, the American paddle steamer SS Pacific embarked on what should have been a routine winter crossing from Liverpool to New York. Instead, she sailed into maritime history as one of the most baffling disappearances of the 19th century, taking with her 186 passengers and crew members who simply vanished into the North Atlantic, without leaving so much as a splinter of wood to mark their passing. The SS Pacific represented the pinnacle of 1850s maritime engineering, a magnificent side-wheel paddle steamer that embodied the optimism and technological ambition of the Victorian era. Built in 1849 by Jacob Bell in New York, she was a vessel designed to showcase American shipbuilding prowess on the prestigious Liverpool to New York route. At 2,707 tons and 345 feet in length, the Pacific was not just a means of transportation, but a floating palace, her ornate saloons and luxurious accommodations rivaling the finest hotels of London or New York. The ship's design reflected the confidence of an age that believed engineering could conquer any natural obstacle. Her massive paddle wheels, each nearly 40 feet in diameter, were powered by 2 enormous steam engines, capable of driving the vessel at speeds exceeding 13 knots. The Pacific's hull was built with the finest materials available, her frame constructed of seasoned oak, and her plating of the highest quality iron. She was considered unsinkable by the standards of her time, a testament to human ingenuity and industrial progress. On January 23, 1856, the SS Pacific departed Liverpool on what would become her final voyage. The passenger manifest read like a who's who of mid-19th century transatlantic society: wealthy merchants returning from European business ventures, immigrants seeking new lives in America, and members of the American social elite who had spent the winter season in London. Among the 45 passengers were some of the wealthiest individuals of their time, carrying with them not just personal fortunes, but valuable cargo that included gold, jewelry, and important business documents. Captain Asa Eldridge, master of the Pacific, was one of the most experienced commanders on the North Atlantic run. With decades of sailing experience and an intimate knowledge of winter crossing conditions, Eldridge had successfully navigated the treacherous January seas many times before. His crew of 141 men were veteran merchant mariners, skilled in the operation of paddle steamers, and familiar with the challenges of winter Atlantic crossings. The voyage began under typical January conditions for the North Atlantic: cold, gray, and potentially stormy, but nothing beyond what the Pacific and her crew had handled successfully on numerous previous crossings. The ship's departure was noted in Liverpool shipping records, and her progress across the Irish Sea was monitored by coastal stations as she steamed westward toward the open Atlantic. For the first few days, The Pacific's voyage proceeded without incident. The ship maintained her schedule, her powerful engines driving her steadily westward through the winter seas. Radio communication would not be invented for another 4 decades, so news of the ship's progress came only from occasional sightings by other vessels or reports from ships that had spoken with her at sea. The last confirmed sighting of the SS Pacific came from the sailing ship Jessie Stevens on January 30th, 1856. The encounter occurred approximately 300 miles southeast of Cape Race, Newfoundland, in waters that were well within the normal shipping lanes for vessels bound for New York. The crew of the Jessie Stevens reported that the Pacific appeared to be proceeding normally, with no visible signs of distress or damage. After that sighting, the SS Pacific simply vanished. When the ship failed to arrive in New York on her scheduled date of February 4th, maritime authorities initially attributed the delay to rough weather or mechanical problems. Winter crossings frequently took longer than planned due to storms, headwinds, or the need to reduce speed in heavy seas. The Pacific was considered a reliable vessel under an experienced captain, and temporary delays were part of the normal risks of winter Atlantic travel. But as days stretched into weeks without any word from the Pacific, concern mounted into alarm. Other ships arriving in New York from European ports reported no sightings of the missing steamer. Coastal stations along the American seaboard had received no distress signals or emergency communications. The Pacific had simply disappeared somewhere in the vast Atlantic, without sending any indication of trouble. The search for the missing steamer began immediately, organized by the ship's owners and supported by maritime authorities on both sides of the Atlantic. Vessels departing New York were instructed to watch for any sign of the Pacific or debris that might indicate her fate. Ships arriving from European ports were questioned about possible sightings or encounters during their crossings. What emerged from these inquiries was deeply troubling. No one had seen any evidence of the Pacific since the Jessie Stevens encounter on January 30th. No debris field, no lifeboats, no bodies, no wreckage of any kind had been spotted floating in the shipping lanes where hundreds of vessels passed each month. The ship and her 186 souls had simply vanished, without leaving any trace of their existence. The absence of debris was particularly puzzling given the Pacific's construction and cargo. Paddle steamers of the 1850s contained enormous amounts of wood in their superstructures, furniture, and cargo. When such vessels sank, they typically produced massive debris fields that remained visible for weeks or months. The Pacific's luxurious appointments, including ornate woodwork, furniture, and passenger belongings, should have created a substantial amount of floating wreckage. Moreover, the ship was carrying cargo that included cotton bales, machinery, and other materials that would float or at least leave traces on the ocean surface. The complete absence of any such debris suggested that either the Pacific had sunk in extremely deep water where materials couldn't reach the surface, or something had prevented the normal dispersal of wreckage that occurs when ships break apart. The investigation into the Pacific's disappearance considered every possible explanation available to 19th century maritime knowledge. Collision with icebergs was a primary concern, as January crossings frequently encountered ice floes and bergs that had drifted south from the Arctic. The winter of 1856 had been particularly severe, with reports of extensive ice formations along the Newfoundland coast. However, the Pacific's last known position was well south of the typical ice zones, and other vessels crossing in the same time frame reported no unusual ice conditions in the area. Captain Eldridge was known for his caution regarding ice hazards, and it seemed unlikely that such an experienced commander would have sailed his ship into obvious danger. Collision with another vessel was also investigated, but seemed equally improbable. The North Atlantic shipping lanes were busy but not congested, and any vessel involved in a collision with the Pacific would likely have reported the incident, or at least shown evidence of damage when reaching port. No such reports were received from ships arriving at European or American ports during the relevant time frame. Mechanical failure leading to catastrophic sinking was examined as a possibility. Paddle steamers were complex machines with boilers, engines, and drive systems that could fail under stress. A catastrophic boiler explosion or engine failure could potentially cause rapid sinking, especially if it led to hull breaches or uncontrollable flooding. Yet even mechanical disasters typically leave evidence of their occurrence. Boiler explosions create debris fields of metal fragments and wooden wreckage. Engine failures usually allow time for distress signals or survival preparations. the Pacific's complete disappearance suggested something far more sudden and catastrophic than typical mechanical failures. The search for the Pacific continued for months, with insurance companies, shipping firms, and government agencies coordinating efforts across the Atlantic. Ships were instructed to investigate any floating debris or unusual sightings that might provide clues to the steamer's fate. Coastal communities were alerted to watch for wreckage or bodies that might wash ashore. But the ocean revealed no secrets about the Pacific's fate. No wreckage was ever definitively identified as belonging to the missing steamer. No bodies were recovered. No cargo was found. No personal belongings of passengers or crew ever surfaced to provide closure for grieving families. The financial impact of the Pacific's loss was enormous by 19th century standards. The ship itself represented a substantial investment, but the cargo and passenger belongings lost with her included significant amounts of gold, jewelry, and valuable merchandise. Insurance claims totaled hundreds of thousands of dollars, making the Pacific's disappearance one of the costliest maritime losses of the 1850s. More devastating was the human cost. The 186 people aboard the Pacific simply vanished without explanation, leaving families across America and Europe without closure, or even certainty about their loved ones' fate. Wives became widows, children became orphans, and parents lost sons and daughters without ever learning what had happened during those final days in January 1856. The mystery of the Pacific spawned numerous theories, some plausible and others bordering on the fantastic. Some suggested that the ship had been destroyed by a rogue wave, those legendary walls of water that could appear suddenly in the North Atlantic and strike with enough force to break a ship in half. While rogue waves were not scientifically understood in the 1850s, mariners had long told tales of such phenomena. Others theorized about secret attacks by hostile vessels, though no nation had any obvious motive for destroying an American passenger steamer during peacetime. The possibility of piracy was considered, but seemed unlikely in the heavily traveled North Atlantic lanes where such attacks would be difficult to conceal. More exotic theories emerged as conventional explanations failed to account for the evidence. Some suggested that the Pacific had encountered a natural phenomenon unknown to science, perhaps an underwater volcano or seismic event that could swallow a ship without leaving debris. Others proposed that the ship had sailed into some form of oceanic anomaly that existed beyond the understanding of 19th century science. As years passed without resolution, the Pacific's disappearance became part of maritime folklore, a reminder that even the most advanced ships of their era could vanish without explanation. The case highlighted the vulnerability of human technology when confronted with the ocean's vast power and unpredictable nature. The mystery took on additional significance as it occurred during a period of rapid advancement in steamship technology. The Pacific's loss came at a time when public confidence in steam-powered ocean travel was reaching new heights, and her disappearance served as a sobering reminder that technological progress had not eliminated the fundamental dangers of ocean crossing. For maritime historians, the Pacific represents a particularly intriguing case because it occurred during the transitional period between sail and steam power. The ship embodied the cutting-edge technology of her era while operating in an ocean environment that remained as mysterious and dangerous as it had been for centuries. The complete absence of wreckage also makes the Pacific's case unique among 19th century maritime disasters. Unlike other famous shipwrecks of the era, which left debris fields or survivor accounts to explain their fate, the Pacific simply vanished into the historical record as cleanly as she vanished from the ocean surface. Today, more than 160 years after her disappearance, the SS Pacific remains one of the North Atlantic's most enduring mysteries. Modern oceanographic techniques and deep-sea exploration capabilities have failed to locate any trace of the ship or her passengers and crew. The Atlantic depths that claimed her have preserved their secret through decades of advancing technology and expanding marine archaeological knowledge. The Pacific's story serves as a reminder that maritime mysteries are not solely the product of modern technology or contemporary navigation challenges. Even in the seemingly simpler era of steam and sail, the ocean possessed the power to erase human endeavors so completely that no trace remained for future generations to discover. As we reflect on the Pacific's fate, we're confronted with the humbling reality that human confidence in technology, no matter how advanced for its time, provides no guarantee against the ocean's mysterious power. In the winter of 1856, the North Atlantic demonstrated that it could claim the finest ship of its era, along with some of the wealthiest and most prominent passengers of their time, leaving behind only questions that echo across the centuries. The SS Pacific sailed into history as a testament to Victorian engineering achievement, but she sailed into mystery as a reminder that the sea writes its own rules in languages that human science has yet to fully decipher. Her disappearance stands as one of the ocean's most perfect erasures, a vanishing so complete that it challenges our understanding of how such substantial vessels and precious human lives can simply cease to exist, without leaving any evidence of their passing. Story 5. Motor Vessel Hera, Lost in the Pirate's Paradise. From the Victorian mysteries of the North Atlantic, we now navigate to the tropical waters of Southeast Asia, where modern maritime dangers blend ancient threats with contemporary perils. In 1998, as the world celebrated technological advancement and global connectivity, the Indonesian cargo ship motor vessel Hera vanished in the Java Sea with 31 crew members aboard, disappearing into waters that had been claimed by pirates, storms, and mysterious currents for centuries. What makes this disappearance particularly unsettling is not just the complete absence of the ship and crew, but the location where they vanished, some of the most dangerous and lawless waters on Earth, where modern shipping lanes intersect with ancient piracy routes and natural hazards that have claimed vessels for over 1,000 years. The Java Sea, that vast expanse of shallow water connecting the Indian and Pacific Oceans, has always been a crossroads of commerce and conflict. These waters, stretching between the Indonesian islands of Java, Sumatra, and Borneo, form one of the world's most critical shipping corridors, carrying everything from crude oil and manufactured goods to raw materials essential for global industry. Yet beneath the surface of this bustling maritime highway lies a darker reality. The Java Sea is also one of the most dangerous bodies of water for commercial shipping, plagued by sudden storms, treacherous currents, and most ominously, some of the world's most active modern pirates. The motor vessel Hera was a typical Southeast Asian cargo vessel, a 4,800-ton freighter built to navigate the complex archipelago waters that connect Indonesia's thousands of islands. Owned by a Jakarta-based shipping company, she was designed for the inter-island trade that forms the backbone of Indonesian commerce, carrying manufactured goods, raw materials, and essential supplies between the scattered communities that make up the world's largest archipelago nation. In early August 1998, the motor vessel Hera departed Jakarta bound for Makassar, the major port city on the island of Sulawesi. Her cargo holds contained a mixed load of manufactured goods, electronics, and consumer products destined for markets throughout eastern Indonesia. Captain Suharto Wiranto commanded a crew of 30 experienced Indonesian mariners, men who had spent their careers navigating the challenging waters of the archipelago and were familiar with both the natural hazards and human threats that made Southeast Asian shipping one of the world's most dangerous professions. The planned route would take the Hera northeast through the Java Sea, past the Thousand Islands chain, and onto the Makassar Strait that separates Borneo from Sulawesi. It was a journey the ship and crew had completed dozens of times before, following shipping lanes that had been used for centuries to transport goods between Indonesia's major population centers. But the Java Sea in 1998 was experiencing a particularly violent period of piracy. The Asian financial crisis had devastated regional economies, leaving thousands of fishermen and sailors unemployed and desperate. Many had turned to piracy as fishing boats were converted into attack vessels, and impoverished coastal communities became bases for increasingly bold and violent raids on commercial shipping. Unlike the romanticized pirates of historical imagination, modern maritime pirates in Southeast Asian waters were brutal and efficient criminals who attacked with military precision. They typically operated in fast speedboats, overwhelming merchant vessels with superior numbers and automatic weapons. Ships that resisted were often sunk after their cargo was transferred, while crews faced execution, abandonment, or sale into slavery in remote coastal areas. The Indonesian government's ability to patrol the vast Java Sea was limited by budget constraints and political instability. Naval vessels were few and often confined to protecting major ports and shipping terminals, leaving large areas of open water essentially unpoliced. Commercial vessels sailing through these areas were largely on their own, protected only by their speed, size, and the hope that they could reach safe harbor before being detected by hostile forces. On August 15, 1998, the motor vessel Hera transmitted her routine position report to Jakarta maritime authorities, placing her approximately 150 miles northeast of the capital city in the central Java Sea. The transmission indicated normal operations with no mechanical problems or security concerns. Captain Wiranto reported fair weather and expected to reach Makassar on schedule within 48 hours. That was the last time anyone heard from the motor vessel Hera or her crew of 31. When the ship failed to arrive in Makassar on her scheduled date, port authorities initially assumed weather delays or minor mechanical problems. The Java Sea is subject to sudden tropical storms that can force vessels to shelter in protected waters or reduce speed for safety. Such delays were common in Southeast Asian shipping, and the Hera's owners expected her to arrive within 24 to 48 hours of her original schedule. But as days passed without any word from the vessel, concern escalated to alarm. The Indonesian Coast Guard initiated search operations, dispatching patrol boats and aircraft to investigate the ship's projected route. Commercial vessels in the area were alerted to watch for the missing freighter or any signs of distress. What they found was both puzzling and deeply disturbing: absolutely nothing. No debris field marked the Hera's passage through the Java Sea. No oil slick indicated where she might have sunk. No distress beacons were detected. No emergency radio signals intercepted. No lifeboats spotted drifting in the shipping lanes. The ship and her entire crew had simply vanished, without leaving any evidence of their fate. The search expanded into one of Indonesia's largest maritime rescue operations of the 1990s. Aircraft flew grid patterns across thousands of square miles of sea surface, while patrol boats investigated every island, inlet, and coastal area where survivors might have sought refuge. Commercial shipping companies contributed vessels to the search effort, and regional governments coordinated their maritime resources to comb the waters between Java and Sulawesi. The absence of any distress signal was particularly troubling. Modern cargo ships like the Hera carried multiple communication systems, including very high-frequency radios, also known as VHF radios, satellite phones, and emergency beacons that would automatically activate if the vessel sank. The complete silence suggested either catastrophic destruction that prevented any communication or deliberate jamming and suppression of the ship's communication systems. As the search continued without success, theories about the Hera's fate became increasingly grim. Piracy was the obvious first explanation, given the ship's disappearance in waters known for violent maritime crime. Southeast Asian pirates in the late 1990s had developed sophisticated techniques for completely erasing evidence of their attacks, often sinking captured vessels after stripping them of valuable cargo and eliminating witnesses. The Hera's cargo of electronics and manufactured goods would have been highly valuable to pirates operating in the region. Such merchandise could be easily transported and sold in the black markets that flourished throughout the archipelago. If pirates had attacked and captured the ship, they would have strong incentives to eliminate all evidence of their crime, including the vessel itself and any crew members who might serve as witnesses. Supporting the piracy theory was the location of the Hera's disappearance. The central Java Sea contained numerous small islands and remote coastal areas where pirates could operate with impunity. These waters were too vast for effective patrol by Indonesian naval forces, and many of the inhabited islands harbored communities that survived partly through maritime crime. However, the complete absence of wreckage still puzzled investigators. Even if pirates had sunk the Hera after looting her cargo, some debris should have remained visible on the sea surface. Ships don't simply disappear without leaving traces of oil, wood, metal, or other materials that typically float after maritime disasters. Alternative theories focused on natural disasters that could cause rapid, catastrophic sinking. The Java Sea, while generally shallow, contains areas of deeper water and underwater topographical features that can create dangerous conditions. Sudden storms, waterspouts, or rogue waves could potentially overwhelm a cargo vessel, especially if the ship encountered multiple hazards simultaneously. The tropical storm season of 1998 had been particularly active in Southeast Asian waters, with several typhoons and severe weather systems moving through the region. If the Hera had encountered an unexpected storm or been caught in rapidly deteriorating conditions, the ship might have been overwhelmed before her crew could transmit distress signals. Structural failure was also considered as a possible explanation. The motor vessel Hera was not a new vessel, and cargo ships operating in Southeast Asian waters face constant exposure to corrosive salt air, high humidity, and extreme temperature variations. If the ship had suffered catastrophic hull failure due to metal fatigue or corrosion, she might have sunk quickly enough to prevent effective emergency communications. but even structural failure should have left some evidence of disaster. Unless the ship had broken apart in extremely deep water, debris from the hull, superstructure, and cargo should have remained visible for days or weeks after the sinking. More sinister theories emerged as conventional explanations failed to account for the evidence. Some investigators suggested that the Hera might have been targeted not by common pirates but by organized criminal syndicates involved in smuggling, human trafficking, or other illegal activities. Such organizations had the resources and motivation to completely eliminate evidence of their operations, including the destruction of entire vessels and crews. The strategic location of the Hera's disappearance, along major shipping routes connecting Indonesia's most populous regions, made the ship a potential witness to various illegal activities. If the crew had observed something they weren't supposed to see, or if the ship had accidentally interfered with criminal operations, elimination of all evidence might have been considered necessary. The Indonesian government's investigation into the Hera's disappearance was hampered by limited resources and the vast area that needed to be searched. Unlike wealthy nations with extensive Coast Guard capabilities, Indonesia in 1998 was struggling with economic crisis and political instability that limited the scope and duration of search operations. Regional maritime authorities attempted to coordinate with neighboring countries, but jurisdictional issues and limited cooperation between national agencies complicated the investigation. The Java Sea spans the territorial waters of multiple nations, each with different capabilities and priorities for maritime law enforcement. As months passed without resolution, the case of the motor vessel Hera joined the growing list of unexplained disappearances in Southeast Asian waters. The region's combination of natural hazards, criminal activity, and limited law enforcement created an environment where ships could vanish without thorough investigation or resolution. For the families of the 31 crew members, the Hera's disappearance meant not just the loss of loved ones but the absence of any closure or understanding of what had happened. Unlike maritime disasters where wreckage provides evidence and bodies allow for proper burial, the Hera's vanishing left only questions and the terrible possibility that their relatives had suffered violent deaths at the hands of pirates or criminals. The shipping industry in Southeast Asia responded to the Hera's disappearance by implementing enhanced security measures for vessels operating in high-risk areas. Ships began traveling in convoys when possible, carrying armed security guards, and maintaining more frequent radio contact with shore authorities. Yet these measures couldn't eliminate the fundamental risks of operating in waters where criminal organizations possess superior firepower and local knowledge. The case also highlighted the broader challenges facing maritime security in developing regions where vast ocean areas must be patrolled with limited resources. The Java Sea alone covers nearly 150,000 square miles, an area larger than many entire countries. Yet Indonesia's Coast Guard and Navy possessed only a fraction of the vessels needed for effective coverage. Today, more than 2 decades after her disappearance, the motor vessel Hera remains one of Southeast Asia's most troubling maritime mysteries. Modern satellite tracking and communication systems have reduced the likelihood of such complete disappearances, but the fundamental challenges that contributed to the Hera's fate persist in many parts of the world. The ship's vanishing serves as a stark reminder that maritime commerce in the modern era still faces ancient dangers. Despite advances in technology and international cooperation, vast areas of the world's oceans remain lawless frontiers where criminal organizations can operate with impunity and where the sea itself can claim victims without leaving evidence for investigation or justice. In the warm, deceptively peaceful waters of the Java Sea, where tropical islands create a paradise-like setting for tourism and recreation, the motor vessel Hera's disappearance reminds us that beauty and danger often coexist in the maritime world. The same waters that support millions of people through fishing and commerce can also conceal crimes and mysteries that challenge our understanding of modern maritime security. The Hera's crew of 31 men sailed into Indonesian maritime history as symbols of the risks faced by those who earn their living on dangerous seas. Their disappearance stands as a testament to the courage required for maritime commerce in regions where natural hazards and human threats create daily challenges for survival. In the vast archipelago waters of Southeast Asia, where thousands of islands create countless hiding places for both beauty and terror, the motor vessel Hera's fate remains hidden beneath the waves, a mystery that speaks to the enduring power of the sea to conceal its darkest secrets. Story 6. SS Koombana, devoured by the cyclone. From the pirate-infested waters of Southeast Asia, we now voyage to the remote and savage coast of Western Australia, where nature unleashes some of its most violent maritime fury. In March 1912, the passenger steamer SS Koombana vanished during one of the most ferocious cyclones ever recorded in Australian waters, taking with her 150 passengers and crew members who were swallowed by a natural catastrophe so complete that virtually no trace of the ship or her people was ever found. What makes this disappearance particularly haunting is not just the massive loss of life, but the way an entire community's link to the outside world simply ceased to exist in the face of nature's raw, unstoppable power. The coast of Western Australia, in the early 20th century, was one of the most isolated frontiers on Earth. A vast stretch of rugged shoreline, where tiny settlements clung to existence thousands of miles from the nearest major city. Towns like Port Hedland, Broome, and Wyndham were specks of human habitation scattered along a coastline that stretched for over 2,000 miles without a single major port or refuge. For these remote communities, regular steamship service wasn't just convenient transportation. It was a lifeline that connected them to supplies, mail, passengers, and the outside world. The SS Koombana was purpose-built to serve this challenging route. A 3,668-ton passenger steamer, constructed in 1908 by John Brown and Company in Scotland, specifically for the Adelaide Steamship Company's Northwest service. At 340 feet long and capable of carrying 150 passengers plus cargo, she was designed to handle the unique challenges of Australian coastal waters: extreme heat, sudden storms, uncharted reefs, and distances so vast that help might be days or weeks away if something went wrong. The ship's design reflected the harsh realities of her intended service. She was built with reinforced hull plating to withstand grounding on uncharted reefs and sandbars that dotted the poorly mapped coastline. Her powerful steam engines were designed for reliability rather than speed, as breaking down in remote waters could mean disaster for passengers and crew. Most importantly, she carried extensive provisions and fresh water supplies, as many of the ports she served lacked adequate facilities for reprovisioning ships. Captain Joshua Allen, master of the Koombana, was one of Australia's most experienced coastal mariners. With over 2 decades of experience navigating the treacherous northwest coast, he understood the unique dangers of this route better than almost anyone alive. Allen knew the seasonal patterns that brought cyclones roaring in from the Indian Ocean, the coral reefs that could tear a ship's bottom out, and the tidal bores that could ground even experienced navigators in familiar channels. On March 18, 1912, the Koombana departed Fremantle, Western Australia's main port, bound for the remote northern settlements. Her passenger manifest included miners heading to goldfields, government officials traveling to remote outposts, merchants conducting business in the pearl diving centers, and families traveling to visit relatives in the isolated communities. The cargo holds contained everything these remote settlements needed to survive: food, medical supplies, tools, building materials, and mail that represented the only regular communication with the outside world. The voyage began under seasonal conditions typical for March, the height of the tropical cyclone season in Western Australian waters. Weather reports indicated the possibility of severe storms developing over the warm Indian Ocean waters northwest of the continent, but such warnings were routine during cyclone season and seldom prevented ships from maintaining their schedules. As the Koombana steamed north along the coast, passengers and crew settled into the familiar routine of the northwest run. The ship made scheduled stops at Geraldton and Carnarvon, taking on additional passengers and cargo before continuing toward the more remote northern ports. Everything proceeded normally as Captain Allen navigated his ship through the increasingly hot and humid conditions that marked the approach to Australia's tropical north. On March 20th, the Koombana reached Port Hedland, a small iron ore port that served as a crucial stop on the northern route. The ship took on cargo and passengers before continuing toward Broome, the center of Australia's pearling industry and one of the few substantial settlements on the entire northwest coast. Weather conditions were deteriorating rapidly, with increasing winds and heavy seas that indicated the approach of a major storm system. At Port Hedland, several passengers and crew members noted the ominous appearance of the sky to the northwest. The horizon showed the characteristic dark, lowering clouds that marked the approach of a tropical cyclone, and the barometric pressure was dropping steadily. Some experienced coastal travelers suggested that the ship should remain in port until the storm passed, but the pressure to maintain schedules on such an isolated route was enormous. Captain Allen faced a difficult decision. The Koombana was already behind schedule due to loading delays, and the remote communities ahead depended on the ship's arrival for essential supplies and mail. Delaying in Port Hedland could mean disappointing hundreds of people who had been waiting weeks for the steamer's arrival. Moreover, the harbor at Port Hedland was shallow and exposed, offering little protection from the massive seas that cyclones could generate. After consulting weather reports and conferring with local maritime authorities, Allen decided to continue toward Broome. The distance was only about 300 miles, and the Koombana could reach the relative safety of Broome's more protected harbor before the storm reached its full intensity. It was a calculated risk, based on decades of experience with cyclone patterns and ship handling in extreme weather. The Koombana departed Port Hedland on the evening of March 20th, steaming northwest toward Broome as the weather continued to deteriorate. Several small coastal vessels in the harbor watched her powerful lights disappear into the darkness as she headed directly into the path of what would become one of the most destructive cyclones in Australian maritime history. What happened next can only be reconstructed from the evidence of nature's fury that was later found scattered along hundreds of miles of coastline. The cyclone that struck the northwest coast on March 21st, 1912, was a meteorological monster of unprecedented ferocity. Wind speeds exceeded 150 miles per hour, creating waves estimated at over 60 feet high. The storm surge reached heights that swept away entire settlements and rearranged the coastline itself in some areas. The Koombana, caught in open water between Port Hedland and Broome, faced conditions that would challenge even modern ships with advanced weather forecasting and storm-resistant design. The steamer's 1908 technology, while robust for its time, was simply not adequate for surviving direct encounter with such extreme natural forces. The last confirmed sighting of the Koombana came from the lighthouse keeper at Beat Out Island, a small outcropping about 45 miles offshore from Port Hedland. Through the howling winds and driving rain of the approaching cyclone, the keeper reported seeing the lights of a large steamer passing northeast of the island during the night of March 20th to 21st. Given the timing and the ship's projected course, this was almost certainly the Koombana fighting her way through increasingly dangerous seas toward what her crew hoped would be safety at Broome. She was never seen again. When the cyclone finally exhausted itself after 3 days of unprecedented destruction, rescue operations began immediately. The towns of Port Hedland and Broome had both suffered severe damage, with buildings destroyed, vessels wrecked, and several people killed by the storm surge and flying debris. But the immediate concern was the fate of the Koombana, which should have reached Broome but was nowhere to be found. Aircraft were still experimental in 1912, so the search relied entirely on ships and coastal observation posts. Every available vessel along the northwest coast was pressed into service, from government patrol boats to pearling luggers and fishing craft. The search area encompassed hundreds of square miles of ocean and thousands of miles of rugged coastline where wreckage might have washed ashore. What they found was both heartbreaking and puzzling. Virtually nothing. In the days following the cyclone, searchers discovered scattered debris that might have come from the Koombana, pieces of painted wood, fragments of deck fittings, and what appeared to be parts of lifeboats. But the items were so battered and widely scattered that positive identification was impossible. No bodies were ever recovered, no significant wreckage was located, and no survivors were found despite extensive searches of every island, inlet, and beach along hundreds of miles of coastline. The absence of substantial wreckage was particularly puzzling given the Koombana's size and construction. Even if the ship had been completely destroyed by the cyclone, her steel hull, engines, and heavy cargo should have produced identifiable debris. The boilers alone weighed many tons, and should have been recoverable if the ship had sunk in the relatively shallow waters that characterized much of the northwest coast. Several theories emerged to explain the Koombana's complete disappearance. The most likely explanation was that the ship had been caught in the cyclone's eye wall, where wind speeds and wave heights reached their maximum intensity. Under such conditions, even a substantial steamer could be overwhelmed and sunk so quickly that little debris escaped to the surface. Supporting this theory was the known track of the cyclone, which had moved directly across the shipping lane between Port Hedland and Broome during the time frame when the Koombana would have been in transit. If the ship had encountered the storm center, she would have faced winds and waves far beyond anything her designers had anticipated. Another possibility was that the Koombana had been driven far off course by the cyclone and wrecked on one of the many uncharted reefs that dotted the area. The northwest coast was poorly mapped in 1912, with numerous coral outcroppings and rocky shoals that posed hidden dangers to navigation. If the ship had been blown onto such a reef during the height of the storm, the combination of massive waves and sharp coral could have destroyed her so completely that little recognizable wreckage remained. The depth of water in the area also complicated theories about the ship's fate. Much of the northwest coast featured relatively shallow seas, but there were also deep channels and submarine valleys where a ship could sink beyond the reach of contemporary search techniques. If the Koombana had foundered in one of these deeper areas, her wreckage might have been completely inaccessible to 1912 salvage capabilities. More dramatic theories suggested that the cyclone had created unprecedented oceanographic conditions that literally tore the ship apart. Cyclones can generate not just massive surface waves, but also powerful underwater currents and pressure variations that can stress ship hulls beyond their design limits. If the Koombana had encountered such extreme hydrodynamic forces, she might have broken apart so completely that her pieces were scattered across vast areas of ocean floor. The investigation into the Koombana's disappearance revealed disturbing information about the inadequacy of weather forecasting and communication systems in remote Australian waters. In 1912, weather prediction was primitive by modern standards, relying mainly on barometric readings and visual observations that provided little advance warning of storm intensity or movement. Ships operating on the northwest coast often face cyclones with minimal preparation time and no reliable information about storm tracks or wind speeds. Communication systems were equally inadequate for such a vast and isolated region. The Koombana carried wireless radio equipment, but the range and reliability of early radio systems were limited, especially during severe weather when atmospheric conditions could interfere with transmission. Once the ship sailed beyond range of coastal stations, she was essentially alone in the face of whatever natural forces she might encounter. The loss of the Koombana had devastating effects on the isolated communities she served. Beyond the immediate tragedy of 150 lives lost, the ship's disappearance severed the lifeline that connected remote settlements to the outside world. Mail that had been accumulating for weeks was lost. Essential supplies never reached their destinations, and families waiting for the ship's arrival faced the terrible uncertainty of not knowing whether their loved ones had perished with the vessel. The economic impact was equally severe. The Koombana's cargo had included mining equipment, medical supplies, and trade goods worth thousands of pounds, a fortune in 1912 currency. Her loss disrupted the fragile economy of the northwest coast, forcing some settlements to reorganize their supply chains and others to temporarily abandon operations until alternative transportation could be arranged. For the pearling industry centered in Broome, the Koombana's loss was particularly devastating. The ship had been carrying diving equipment, spare parts for pearling luggers, and experienced divers whose expertise was essential for the dangerous work of harvesting pearl oysters. The sudden loss of these resources and personnel dealt a severe blow to an industry that was already struggling with the dangers of deepwater diving and the isolation of the northwest coast. The search for the Koombana continued sporadically for months after the cyclone, with pearling boats and government vessels investigating reports of wreckage or unusual debris along the coast. Aboriginal communities, whose intimate knowledge of the coastline made them invaluable allies in the search effort, reported finding various items that might have come from the missing steamer, but none could be definitively identified as belonging to the ship. One of the most intriguing discoveries came several months after the disappearance, when a heavily damaged lifeboat was found on a remote beach nearly 400 miles from the Koombana's projected course. The boat bore markings that suggested it might have come from the missing steamer, but the damage was so extensive that positive identification was impossible. If the boat had indeed come from the Koombana, it suggested that at least some crew members might have attempted to abandon ship, though no trace of survivors was ever found. The official inquiry into the Koombana's loss concluded that the ship had been overwhelmed by the cyclone and sunk with all hands, but acknowledged that the exact circumstances of her destruction might never be known. The investigation recommended improvements to weather forecasting services, enhanced radio communication requirements for passenger vessels, and better mapping of the northwest coast to reduce navigation hazards. These recommendations led to gradual improvements in maritime safety along the Australian coast, but the changes came too late for the Koombana's passengers and crew. Their sacrifice highlighted the enormous risks faced by those who worked to connect Australia's remote communities with the rest of the world, often at the cost of their own lives. The mystery of the Koombana's fate deepened over the decades, as advancing technology failed to locate any substantial trace of the ship. Aerial surveys, sonar searches, and systematic examination of the seafloor in areas where the ship might have sunk all failed to produce definitive evidence of her final resting place. The northwest coast's combination of deep channels, coral reefs, and shifting sand had apparently concealed the steamer's remains beyond the reach of human detection. Some maritime historians have suggested that the Koombana's complete disappearance reflects the extraordinary violence of the 1912 cyclone, which may have created oceanographic conditions more severe than any previously recorded in Australian waters. Cyclones derive their energy from warm ocean temperatures, and the Indian Ocean off Western Australia in March 1912 was experiencing unusually high surface temperatures that could have fueled a storm of unprecedented intensity. Modern meteorological analysis of historical weather patterns suggests that the cyclone that destroyed the Koombana may have been equivalent to a Category 5 hurricane, with sustained winds exceeding 180 miles per hour and wave heights that could have reached 80 feet or more. Such extreme conditions would have been far beyond the survival capabilities of any ship built in 1912, regardless of size or design. The tragedy also highlighted the broader challenges of maintaining maritime transportation in Australia's vast and often hostile coastal waters. The continent's enormous size and sparse population meant that shipping routes necessarily traversed hundreds of miles of dangerous waters with minimal support infrastructure. When disasters occurred, help was often too far away to make any difference. For the families of those lost aboard the Koombana, the ship's complete disappearance meant a particularly cruel form of grief. Unlike other maritime disasters where bodies could be recovered and properly buried, the Koombana's victims simply vanished into the vastness of the Indian Ocean. Memorial services were held in ports throughout Australia, but the absence of physical remains left families without the closure that comes from laying loved ones to rest. The Koombana disaster also marked a turning point in Australian maritime history, demonstrating the urgent need for improved weather forecasting, better communication systems, and more robust ship design for extreme conditions. The lessons learned from her loss contributed to safety improvements that helped protect future generations of mariners and passengers traveling Australia's dangerous coasts. Today, more than a century after her disappearance, the SS Koombana remains one of Australia's greatest maritime mysteries. Modern search techniques, including satellite imagery and deep-sea exploration capabilities, have failed to locate any definitive trace of the ship or her 150 passengers and crew. The cyclone that claimed her life has become part of Australian meteorological history as one of the most destructive storms ever recorded, but the Koombana herself has vanished as completely as if she had never existed. The ship's story serves as a powerful reminder of nature's awesome destructive capability and the courage of those who risk their lives to maintain essential connections between isolated communities. In the remote waters off Western Australia, where vast distances and extreme weather create constant challenges for human survival, the Koombana's crew and passengers paid the ultimate price for the attempt to bridge the gap between civilization and wilderness. Their disappearance stands as a testament to the ocean's power to completely erase human endeavors, no matter how substantial or well-intentioned. In the cyclone-torn waters off the Australian coast, where wind and wave can reach intensities that dwarf human comprehension, the SS Koombana sailed into history as a symbol of the eternal struggle between human ambition and natural force, a struggle in which nature's victory can be so complete that it leaves no trace of the defeat. The Koombana's fate reminds us that the sea does not distinguish between grand ocean liners and humble coastal steamers, between wealthy passengers and working crew members, between modern technology and human experience. When nature unleashes its full fury, all human achievements become equally vulnerable to forces that have shaped the oceans since the dawn of time. In the vast and merciless waters off Western Australia, the cyclone of March 1912 demonstrated that the sea's appetite for mystery is matched only by its capacity for complete and total destruction. Story 7. Samkey, vanished in the Sea of Shadows. From the cyclone-ravaged coast of Australia, we now navigate to the troubled waters of Northeast Asia, where the aftermath of World War II had left a legacy of tension, suspicion, and deadly territorial disputes. In 1948, as the Korean peninsula teetered on the brink of division and the Cold War cast its shadow across the Pacific, the South Korean fishing vessel Samkey vanished in the Sea of Japan with 43 crew members aboard, disappearing into waters that had become a crossroads of international intrigue, where fishing boats could become pawns in a larger geopolitical game, and where the line between accident and aggression was often impossible to determine. The Sea of Japan in 1948 was far from the peaceful fishing grounds it had been before the war. This body of water, surrounded by Japan, Korea, China, and the Soviet Union, had become one of the most politically charged maritime regions on Earth. The recent end of World War II had left a power vacuum filled by competing ideologies and territorial claims, while the emerging Cold War turned every encounter between vessels into a potential international incident. For South Korean fishermen, these waters represented both opportunity and extreme danger. The Sea of Japan contained some of the richest fishing grounds in the Pacific, with abundant populations of cod, herring, and other commercially valuable species that could provide desperately needed protein and income for war-ravaged communities. But the same waters were also patrolled by military forces from multiple nations, each suspicious of the other's intentions, and quick to interpret civilian activities as potential espionage or territorial violations. The Samkey was a typical post-war Korean fishing vessel, a sturdy but aging boat built to harvest the sea's bounty, while navigating the complex political currents that made fishing in these waters as much about diplomacy as seamanship. At approximately 200 feet in length, she was large enough to venture into deep waters for extended fishing operations, but small enough to operate economically with a crew of experienced fishermen who understood both the sea's dangers and the political risks of their profession. Captain Kim Sung-ho commanded a crew of 42 men, all experienced fishermen who had spent their lives working the waters around Korea and Japan. Many had served in various navies during the war, and understood the military significance of the waters where they now earned their living. They knew that every voyage took them into areas where Japanese patrol boats, Soviet warships, and American naval forces maintained watchful presence, ready to investigate any unusual activity. In early September 1948, the Samkey departed the South Korean port of Pusan, bound for fishing grounds in the Central Sea of Japan. Her mission was straightforward: locate schools of fish, deploy nets and lines to maximize the catch, and return to port with holds full of fish that could be processed and sold to help feed South Korea's struggling population. The timing of the voyage coincided with increasing tensions between North and South Korea, as both governments claimed authority over the entire peninsula, and neither recognized the other's legitimacy. This political standoff had direct implications for maritime activities, as vessels from either Korea could be viewed with suspicion by the other side's military forces, regardless of their civilian purpose. The Samkey's planned fishing grounds lay in international waters, but the concept of international waters had become increasingly meaningless in the post-war chaos. Military forces from various nations routinely operated beyond their official territorial limits, and civilian vessels could find themselves challenged or detained by authorities claiming jurisdiction based on wartime agreements, security concerns, or simple military expedients. For the first week of September, the Samkey operated normally in her fishing grounds, maintaining radio contact with other Korean vessels in the area and reporting successful fishing operations. The crew transmitted routine position reports and weather observations, indicating that both the fishing and the political situation remained manageable. But the Sea of Japan in 1948 was a place where manageable situations could deteriorate rapidly. North Korean patrol boats had begun operating with increasing aggression, intercepting South Korean vessels and sometimes detaining crews for interrogation. Soviet naval forces, maintaining a significant presence in the region, had also shown willingness to investigate civilian vessels they considered suspicious. On September 15, 1948, the Samkey transmitted her final radio message, a routine report placing her approximately 200 miles east of the Korean coast in international fishing grounds. The transmission indicated normal operations with no mechanical problems or security concerns. Captain Kim reported good fishing conditions and estimated he would begin the return voyage to Pusan within 48 hours. That was the last time anyone heard from the Samkey or her crew of 43. When the fishing vessel failed to return to Pusan on her scheduled date, maritime authorities initially assumed weather delays or mechanical problems. The Sea of Japan could produce sudden storms that forced fishing vessels to seek shelter or reduced their ability to travel. Extended fishing operations were also common when vessels encountered particularly productive fishing areas that justified longer time at sea. But as days passed without any word from the vessel, concern escalated to alarm. Other Korean fishing boats operating in the same general area reported no contact with the Samkey, and no distress signals had been intercepted by radio stations monitoring the fishing fleet's communications. The South Korean government initiated search operations, but their capabilities were severely limited by the political and military realities of the region. South Korean naval forces were few and poorly equipped, still recovering from the war, and lacking the resources for extensive deep-sea search operations. More importantly, the search area lay in waters where multiple foreign military forces operated, making it dangerous for South Korean vessels to conduct extensive investigations. Diplomatic inquiries were made to Japanese, Soviet, and American authorities, asking whether their forces had encountered the missing vessel or observed any signs of distress in the relevant area. The responses were uniformly negative, with each nation denying any knowledge of the Samkey's fate, but the political climate made it difficult to determine whether these denials reflected genuine ignorance or deliberate concealment. The absence of any distress signal was particularly troubling given the Samkey's radio equipment and the experience of her crew. Fishing vessels operating in such politically sensitive waters maintained constant radio watch, both for safety reasons and to coordinate with other vessels in case of encounters with military forces. The complete silence suggested either catastrophic destruction that prevented any communication, or deliberate interference with the ship's radio systems. As the search continued without success, theories about the Samkey's fate became increasingly focused on the political rather than natural dangers of her operating environment. The most obvious explanation was interception by North Korean forces, who had been increasingly aggressive in challenging South Korean vessels they claimed were operating in their territorial waters. North Korea in 1948 was already developing the paranoid, militaristic culture that would characterize the regime for decades to come. Fishing vessels from the south could easily be viewed as potential spy ships, gathering intelligence on North Korean coastal defenses or military activities. If North Korean patrol boats had intercepted the Samkey, they might have detained the crew for interrogation, or eliminated the vessel entirely to prevent intelligence gathering. Supporting this theory was the pattern of North Korean aggression against South Korean fishing vessels that had begun earlier in 1948. Several incidents had been reported where North Korean patrol boats had fired on or detained South Korean fishing vessels, sometimes releasing them after interrogation, and sometimes confiscating vessels and crews entirely. The Samkey could have become another victim of this escalating maritime conflict. However, North Korean interception didn't fully explain the complete absence of evidence. Even if the crew had been detained or executed, the vessel itself should have left some trace. Ships don't simply disappear without producing debris, oil slicks, or other evidence of their fate, unless they are deliberately destroyed and sunk in deep water. Alternative theories focused on Soviet involvement in the disappearance. Soviet naval forces maintained a significant presence in the Sea of Japan as part of their post-war military expansion in the Pacific. Soviet commanders had shown willingness to detain or harass vessels they considered suspicious, and the Samkey's activities in international waters could have been interpreted as intelligence gathering or territorial violation. The Soviet Union in 1948 was becoming increasingly paranoid about Western intelligence activities, and fishing vessels provided excellent cover for espionage operations. If Soviet forces had suspected the Samkey of conducting surveillance or intelligence gathering, they might have detained the vessel and crew, or eliminated them entirely to prevent exposure of Soviet military activities in the region. More sinister theories suggested that the Samkey had become a victim of the emerging Cold War intelligence conflict. Both Soviet and American intelligence services were extremely active in Northeast Asian waters, conducting surveillance, intercepting communications, and gathering information about each other's military capabilities. A fishing vessel that accidentally observed or interfered with such operations might have been considered a security threat requiring permanent silencing. The location of the Samkey's disappearance, in international waters roughly equidistant from multiple nations' territorial claims, made it an ideal area for covert military and intelligence activities. Submarines from various nations operated in these waters, conducting surveillance and testing new technologies away from direct observation. If the Samkey had encountered such operations, her crew might have been eliminated to preserve operational security. Natural disasters were also considered as possible explanations for the vessel's disappearance. The Sea of Japan is subject to sudden storms, particularly during the autumn months when the Samkey vanished. Severe weather could have overwhelmed the fishing vessel, causing rapid sinking that prevented distress signals or survival attempts. Underwater hazards posed another potential threat. The Sea of Japan contains numerous seamounts, underwater ridges, and other topographical features that could damage or sink vessels, particularly in rough weather or poor visibility. If the Samkey had struck an uncharted obstacle, she might have sunk quickly enough to prevent effective emergency communications. However, natural explanations struggled to account for the complete absence of debris or survivor evidence. Even catastrophic weather or collision damage typically leaves floating wreckage that can be spotted by search aircraft or other vessels. The total disappearance of the Samkey suggested something more dramatic than conventional maritime accidents. The investigation into the Samkey's fate was complicated by the limited cooperation between regional governments and the absence of international maritime coordination mechanisms. In 1948, there were no established protocols for coordinating search and rescue operations across national boundaries, particularly in areas where military tensions made civilian cooperation difficult. South Korean authorities attempted to organize search efforts with limited resources, but their investigations were constrained by territorial restrictions and the dangers of operating in waters patrolled by potentially hostile forces. Japanese authorities provided minimal assistance, still recovering from their own post-war reconstruction and reluctant to become involved in Korean political disputes. The case gradually faded from public attention as other crises demanded government resources and media coverage. The emerging conflict in Korea, the developing Cold War tensions, and the challenges of post-war reconstruction overshadowed the fate of a single fishing vessel and her crew. The families of the 43 missing men faced the devastating reality that their loved ones had vanished into the political and military chaos of post-war Northeast Asia. For the fishing industry in South Korea, the Samkey's disappearance highlighted the extraordinary dangers faced by civilian vessels operating in politically contested waters. Subsequent fishing operations were conducted with enhanced radio procedures, closer coordination with military authorities, and greater caution about venturing into areas where foreign military forces operated. The loss also demonstrated the vulnerability of small nations caught between larger powers during the Cold War era. South Korea, in 1948, lacked the military and diplomatic resources to effectively investigate the disappearance of its citizens in international waters, particularly when multiple foreign nations might have been involved in their fate. Today, more than 7 decades after her disappearance, the Samkey remains one of Northeast Asia's most troubling maritime mysteries. The political changes that have transformed the region since 1948 have not provided any additional information about the vessel's fate, and the classified military archives that might contain relevant information remain sealed or destroyed. The case serves as a reminder that maritime mysteries often reflect the broader political and military contexts in which they occur. In the tense waters of the post-war Sea of Japan, where every vessel could be a potential threat, and every encounter might trigger international incidents, the disappearance of a fishing boat and her crew became part of the larger tragedy of Cold War confrontation. The 43 men of the Samkey sailed into the historical record as symbols of the countless civilians who became casualties of conflicts they never chose to join. Their disappearance stands as a testament to the dangers faced by those who must work in waters where political tensions can transform routine fishing operations into matters of life and death, and where the sea's power to conceal its secrets is matched only by governments' power to conceal their own actions in the shadows of international conflict. Story 8. USS Proteus and USS Nereus, the Cyclops Curse. From the politically charged waters of post-war Korea, we now return to the Atlantic, where one of the most disturbing patterns in maritime history was reaching its terrifying conclusion. In 1941, as World War II raged across the ocean, and U-boats prowled beneath the waves like mechanical sharks, 2 sister ships of the legendary USS Cyclops, the USS Proteus and USS Nereus, vanished within weeks of each other in the same treacherous waters that had claimed their notorious sibling 23 years earlier. These disappearances weren't just isolated wartime losses. but the completion of a maritime curse so precise and deadly that it defied both explanation and coincidence. The story begins with the USS Cyclops, a massive naval collier that had disappeared in March 1918, while carrying manganese ore from Barbados to Baltimore, vanishing with 306 souls aboard, in what became one of the most famous maritime mysteries of all time. The Cyclops had been one of 4 identical sister ships, built for the U.S. Navy's auxiliary fleet, powerful cargo vessels designed to supply coal and other bulk materials to American naval forces around the world. After the Cyclops vanished without a trace, her 3 surviving sisters, Proteus, Nereus, and Jupiter, continued their service, carrying cargo across the world's oceans, with the shadow of their lost sibling haunting every voyage. The Jupiter was eventually converted into the aircraft carrier USS Langley, but Proteus and Nereus remained in their original configuration as bulk cargo carriers, their cavernous holds designed to transport the massive quantities of raw materials that modern warfare demanded. By 1941, both Proteus and Nereus had been transferred to civilian operators under the Lend-Lease program, but they retained their naval designations and continued to serve American interests in the increasingly dangerous Battle of the Atlantic. These aging vessels, now over 2 decades old, were pressed into service carrying critical raw materials between Allied ports, their heavily loaded hulls making them slow, vulnerable targets for German submarines that had turned the Atlantic into a killing field. The USS Proteus, under the command of Captain J.A. Gaynard, departed St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands on November 23, 1941, bound for an undisclosed destination, with a cargo of bauxite ore destined for aluminum production. The 540-foot vessel carried a crew of 58 men, all experienced merchant mariners who understood the deadly game of cat and mouse, being played between Allied shipping and German U-boats throughout the Atlantic. The timing of the voyage placed Proteus in extreme danger. German submarines were operating with increasing boldness in American coastal waters, having launched Operation Drumbeat earlier that year to devastate Allied shipping close to the American mainland. U-boats were sinking ships faster than they could be replaced, creating a maritime battlefield that stretched from the Caribbean to Newfoundland. The Proteus's cargo of bauxite made her a particularly valuable target. Aluminum production was critical for aircraft manufacturing, and disrupting the supply of raw materials could significantly impact Allied air capabilities. German intelligence had identified bauxite shipments as high-priority targets, making vessels like Proteus prime candidates for submarine attack. For 6 days after departing St. Thomas, the Proteus proceeded along her planned route without incident. The ship maintained radio silence, as required by wartime security protocols, but her progress was monitored by Allied naval authorities, who tracked the movement of critical cargo vessels. Weather conditions were reported as favorable, and there were no indications of mechanical problems or unusual circumstances. Then, on November 29, 1941, the USS Proteus simply vanished. The ship failed to arrive at her destination, and no distress signals were intercepted by Allied radio stations monitoring Atlantic communications. Search aircraft dispatched to investigate her projected route found no signs of wreckage, survivors, or evidence of submarine attack. The Proteus and her crew of 58 had disappeared as completely as her sister ship Cyclops had 23 years earlier. The loss of Proteus was initially attributed to German submarine action, a reasonable assumption given the intense U-boat activity in the region and the strategic value of her cargo. German U-boats had been sinking Allied vessels throughout the Caribbean and along the American coast, often without leaving survivors or evidence of their attacks. But before Allied authorities could fully investigate the Proteus's disappearance, an even more shocking loss occurred. The USS Nereus, the third sister of the ill-fated Cyclops, vanished under virtually identical circumstances just 3 weeks later. The Nereus had departed St. Thomas on December 10, 1941, just 3 days after the Pearl Harbor attack that brought America fully into World War II. Like her recently lost sister, Nereus was carrying a cargo of bauxite ore and following a similar route through the submarine-infested waters of the Atlantic. Captain George W. Hamer commanded a crew of 61 men, all aware of the Proteus's recent disappearance and the heightened dangers of wartime Atlantic crossings. The similarity between the 2 voyages was unsettling. Both ships had departed from the same port, carried identical cargoes, followed similar routes, and vanished without transmitting distress signals or leaving any trace of their fate. The precision of these losses suggested either an extraordinary coincidence or something more sinister at work in the waters that had already claimed their famous sister ship. On December 16, 1941, the USS Nereus failed to arrive at her destination. Like Proteus before her, she had simply vanished somewhere in the Atlantic without sending any communication or leaving any evidence of her destruction. Search operations found no debris, no lifeboats, no oil slicks, no survivors. The second sister ship had followed Proteus into maritime oblivion with the same mysterious completeness that had characterized the Cyclops' disappearance decades earlier. The loss of both remaining sister ships within 3 weeks created one of the most disturbing patterns in naval history. 3 identical vessels, built to the same specifications and operated under similar conditions, had all vanished in the same general area of the Atlantic over a span of 23 years. The mathematical probability of such coincidental losses was so small as to be essentially impossible. Naval investigators immediately focused on the possibility that German forces had specifically targeted the Cyclops-class vessels, perhaps because of intelligence about their cargo or routes. The strategic importance of bauxite shipments made these vessels high-value targets, and German submarine commanders might have received specific orders to intercept and destroy them. Supporting this theory was the timing of the attacks. The loss of both Proteus and Nereus occurred during periods of intense German submarine activity in the Caribbean and Western Atlantic. U-boat commanders were under pressure to maximize their impact on Allied shipping, and bulk cargo carriers like the sister ships represented efficient targets that could be sunk with minimal expenditure of torpedoes. However, the complete absence of evidence for submarine attacks was puzzling. German U-boats typically left some trace of their activities, debris fields, survivor accounts, or radio intercepts of torpedo explosions. The systematic documentation of their successes was important for both tactical assessment and propaganda purposes. Yet no German records that surfaced after the war contained any reference to attacks on Proteus or Nereus. More troubling was the pattern of disappearance that precisely mirrored the Cyclops' loss of 1918. All 3 ships had vanished without distress signals, without debris fields, and without any evidence of their destruction. The consistency of this pattern suggested either extraordinary bad luck or some systematic vulnerability in the ship's design that made them susceptible to sudden catastrophic failure. Engineering analysis of the Cyclops-class design revealed several potential structural weaknesses that could have contributed to the losses. The ships had been built rapidly during World War I, using construction techniques that prioritized speed over long-term durability. Their large cargo holds created structural stress points that could fail under extreme loading conditions, particularly when carrying dense ores like manganese and bauxite. The design also featured inadequate subdivision of cargo spaces, meaning that flooding in one area could rapidly spread throughout the ship. If structural failure occurred, these vessels could potentially sink so quickly that crews would have no time to transmit distress signals or deploy survival equipment. Weather conditions during the time periods when both ships vanished were analyzed for patterns that might explain simultaneous structural failures. The Atlantic in late 1941 had experienced several severe storm systems that could have stressed aging hulls beyond their design limits. Ships carrying heavy ore cargoes were particularly vulnerable to the dynamic loading effects of large waves, which could cause metal fatigue and catastrophic structural failure. But even structural failure should have left some evidence of disaster. Ships don't simply implode and disappear without leaving floating debris, oil slicks, or other traces of their destruction. The complete absence of such evidence in all 3 cases suggested something beyond conventional structural failure. More exotic theories emerged, as conventional explanations failed to account for the systematic nature of the losses. Some suggested that the ships had encountered German secret weapons, perhaps magnetic mines or experimental submarine technologies, that could destroy vessels without leaving conventional evidence. Others proposed that the Cyclops-class vessels were being systematically targeted by a single German submarine commander who had developed techniques for eliminating evidence of his attacks. The location of the disappearances also attracted attention from those who were beginning to notice patterns of unexplained losses in the Western Atlantic. The area where all 3 ships vanished would later become associated with the Bermuda Triangle legend, though that term wouldn't be coined for several more decades. The consistent nature of the losses in this region sparked speculation about unknown oceanographic or electromagnetic phenomena that could cause ships to disappear without leaving traces. For the families of the 177 men lost aboard Proteus and Nereus, the systematic nature of the losses provided little comfort. Their loved ones had joined the 306 souls lost with Cyclops in what appeared to be a curse that specifically targeted these three sister ships. The absence of bodies, wreckage, or explanations left families without closure and communities without understanding of what had claimed so many lives. The U.S. Navy's investigation into the losses concluded that both ships had likely been sunk by German submarines, but acknowledged that the complete absence of evidence made definitive determination impossible. The systematic nature of the losses was noted but not explained, leaving the case files filled with unanswered questions about one of the most precise patterns of maritime disaster in naval history. The loss of all three Cyclops-class sister ships stands as one of the most disturbing examples of systematic maritime disappearance in modern history. Whether caused by design flaws, enemy action, or unknown natural phenomena, the complete erasure of three major naval vessels and their crews represents a maritime mystery that challenges our understanding of both naval architecture and ocean science. Today, more than 8 decades after the loss of Proteus and Nereus, the systematic disappearance of all 4 Cyclops-class vessels remains unexplained. The precision with which these ships vanished, leaving no trace of their fate or their crews, continues to puzzle maritime historians and naval engineers. In the vast Atlantic, where countless ships have found their final resting places, the complete absence of any trace from 3 identical sister ships stands as one of the ocean's most perfect and disturbing mysteries. Story 9. Motor Vessel Wilhelm Gustloff, the Greatest Maritime Catastrophe. From the mysterious systematic disappearance of 3 sister ships, we now turn to a maritime disaster so massive and devastating that it dwarfs even the Titanic in its scale of human suffering, yet remains largely unknown to the world. On January 30th, 1945, as the Third Reich crumbled under the advance of Soviet forces, the German passenger ship motor vessel Wilhelm Gustloff was torpedoed in the frigid Baltic Sea while carrying over 10,000 refugees fleeing the advancing Red Army. The sinking would claim an estimated 9,400 lives, more than 6 times the death toll of the Titanic, making it the deadliest maritime disaster in human history. Yet this catastrophe vanished into the fog of war, its magnitude hidden by political considerations and the chaos of Nazi Germany's final collapse. The Wilhelm Gustloff had been built in 1937 as the flagship of Nazi Germany's Strength Through Joy program, a massive propaganda initiative designed to provide leisure cruises and vacations for German workers as proof of the Third Reich's commitment to improving their lives. Named after Wilhelm Gustloff, a Nazi party leader assassinated in Switzerland, the ship was a floating advertisement for Nazi ideology, designed to showcase German engineering prowess and social programs to the world. At 684 feet long and displacing 25,484 tons, the Wilhelm Gustloff was one of the most advanced passenger ships of her era. Her luxurious accommodations included swimming pools, theaters, restaurants, and cabins, designed to provide German workers with vacation experiences previously reserved for the wealthy. The ship could accommodate 1,465 passengers and 417 crew members in peacetime, representing the Nazi vision of a classless society united under fascist ideology. When World War II erupted in 1939, the Wilhelm Gustloff was quickly converted from a cruise ship to a military transport, her elegant passenger accommodations stripped out and replaced with cramped troop quarters. She served as a hospital ship, submarine tender, and floating barracks, her original purpose as a symbol of Nazi social achievement, forgotten in the desperate struggle for survival that characterized Germany's war effort. By January 1945, as Soviet forces swept across East Prussia and approached the Baltic coast, the Wilhelm Gustloff found herself pressed into the most desperate mission of her career, evacuating German civilians fleeing the advancing Red Army. The collapse of Germany's Eastern Front had triggered one of the largest refugee movements in European history, as millions of German civilians abandoned their homes to escape Soviet occupation. The Wilhelm Gustloff was hastily converted once again, this time to accommodate as many refugees as possible. Her cargo holds were fitted with temporary bunks, her public spaces packed with mattresses and blankets, and her capacity expanded far beyond any safe or reasonable limit. The ship that had been designed for 1,465 passengers was being prepared to carry over 10,000 desperate people in conditions that violated every principle of maritime safety. On January 30th, 1945, the Wilhelm Gustloff departed the port of Gotenhafen, now Gdynia, Poland, carrying what would become one of the largest concentrations of humanity ever assembled aboard a single vessel. The exact number of people aboard has never been definitively established, as the chaos of the evacuation prevented accurate record-keeping, but estimates range from 8,000 to over 10,000 souls. The passenger manifest included thousands of German civilians fleeing their homes in East Prussia, many of them women and children whose husbands and fathers were fighting or already dead on the collapsing Eastern Front. There were also wounded soldiers being evacuated from field hospitals, naval personnel from submarine training schools, and auxiliary personnel from various military installations that were being abandoned as Soviet forces advanced. Most tragic of all were the thousands of children aboard the ship. The Wilhelm Gustloff carried entire families, orphaned children from bombed cities, and young people who had been indoctrinated into Nazi youth organizations, but now found themselves fleeing the collapse of everything they had been taught to believe in. These children, some as young as infants, were packed into the ship's holds and corridors, with no understanding of the desperate circumstances that had brought them to this floating refuge. The ship's departure was conducted under extreme secrecy and urgency, as German authorities feared that news of the evacuation would trigger panic among civilian populations and provide intelligence to Soviet forces about German military capabilities and intentions. The Wilhelm Gustloff sailed without escort through waters known to be patrolled by Soviet submarines, her safety dependent entirely on speed, stealth, and the hope that enemy forces would not detect her passage. Captain Friedrich Petersen, an experienced merchant marine officer, commanded the Wilhelm Gustloff on what everyone aboard hoped would be a journey to safety in Western German ports. However, Petersen faced impossible challenges. His ship was grossly overloaded, sailing through enemy-controlled waters without adequate escort protection, and carrying passengers whose very presence violated fundamental principles of maritime safety. The Baltic Sea in January 1945 was one of the most dangerous bodies of water on Earth. Soviet submarines operated with impunity throughout the region, hunting German shipping with orders to sink any vessel that might be supporting the Nazi war effort. The freezing water temperature, barely above 32 degrees Fahrenheit, meant that survival time for anyone who entered the sea would be measured in minutes rather than hours. At approximately 9 o'clock in the evening on January 30th, 1945, just hours after departing Gotenhafen, the Wilhelm Gustloff was detected by the Soviet submarine S-13 under the command of Captain Alexander Marinesco. The submarine had been patrolling the shipping lanes used by German vessels evacuating personnel and civilians from the collapsing Eastern Front. Captain Marinesco, unaware of the civilian nature of his target, identified the Wilhelm Gustloff as a legitimate military target based on her size, course, and the wartime context of her operation. Soviet naval doctrine made no distinction between military transports and civilian vessels operating in support of German forces, and the desperate nature of Germany's situation meant that virtually any large ship could be carrying military personnel or equipment. At 9:16 in the evening, S-13 fired 3 torpedoes at the Wilhelm Gustloff from a range of approximately 700 meters. All 3 torpedoes struck the massive ship, causing catastrophic damage that doomed the vessel and most of those aboard. The explosions tore enormous holes in the ship's hull below the waterline, causing immediate flooding that began dragging the overloaded vessel beneath the frigid Baltic waters. The sinking of the Wilhelm Gustloff was swift and merciless. The ship's massive size, which should have provided stability and time for evacuation, became a liability when combined with her extreme overloading and the extensive damage caused by 3 torpedo hits. The vessel began listing severely within minutes of the attack, making it impossible to launch most of her lifeboats or organize effective evacuation procedures. The human tragedy that unfolded aboard the dying ship defied description. Thousands of people, Many of them children and elderly civilians who had never experienced maritime emergencies found themselves trapped in a sinking vessel in freezing darkness. The ship's corridors and compartments, packed beyond capacity with refugees, became death traps as flooding water and extreme listing made movement impossible. Most of the lifeboats could not be launched due to the ship's severe list and the panic that gripped both passengers and crew. Those boats that did reach the water were often swamped by the freezing seas, or capsized by desperate people trying to climb aboard. The life jackets available were insufficient for the number of people on board, and many of those that existed were poorly designed for the extreme cold conditions of the Baltic in winter. The Wilhelm Gustloff sank completely, just 62 minutes after the torpedo attack, taking with her an estimated 9,400 of the more than 10,000 people aboard. The death toll made this the deadliest maritime disaster in human history, exceeding the Titanic's casualties by more than 6 times, and representing one of the largest single losses of life in any maritime accident. The few survivors, numbering less than 1,200, were rescued by German vessels that had been following the Wilhelm Gustloff or responded to her distress calls. These survivors faced additional ordeals as rescuing ships themselves came under attack by Soviet forces, and many of those pulled from the water died from hypothermia and injuries sustained during the sinking. The immediate aftermath of the disaster was suppressed by German authorities, who feared that news of such a massive loss would further demoralize civilian populations and provide propaganda victories to Allied forces. The sinking occurred during the final months of the war, when German media was strictly controlled, and military censorship prevented accurate reporting of the catastrophe. Soviet authorities also had reasons to minimize the significance of the sinking. The massive civilian death toll could be viewed as a war crime under international law, even though the submarine commander had no way of knowing the true nature of his target. Soviet propaganda focused on military victories rather than civilian casualties, and the Wilhelm Gustloff disaster was quietly ignored in official accounts of naval operations. The result was that one of history's greatest maritime disasters virtually disappeared from public consciousness, known only to survivors, their families, and military officials who classified the incident for decades after the war's end. Unlike the Titanic, which became a global symbol of maritime tragedy, the Wilhelm Gustloff sank into historical obscurity, despite claiming far more lives. The systematic suppression of information about the disaster continued throughout the Cold War era, as both German and Soviet authorities had political reasons to avoid discussing the incident. East German communist authorities, aligned with the Soviet Union, had no interest in highlighting Soviet actions that could be viewed as war crimes. West German authorities, focused on rebuilding relationships with former Allied powers, were reluctant to raise issues that might complicate post-war diplomatic relations. Only in recent decades have historians begun to fully document the scale and significance of the Wilhelm Gustloff disaster. Research into German naval archives, survivor testimonies, and Soviet military records has gradually revealed the magnitude of the tragedy and its place as the deadliest maritime disaster in human history. The environmental conditions that night made survival virtually impossible for most of those who entered the water. Baltic Sea temperatures in January are lethal within minutes, causing rapid hypothermia that kills before rescue can arrive. The darkness, rough seas, and limited rescue resources meant that even those who initially survived the ship's sinking faced overwhelming odds against reaching safety. Modern analysis of the disaster has revealed the multiple failures that contributed to the massive loss of life. The decision to overload the ship far beyond safe capacity, the lack of adequate escort protection, the insufficient life-saving equipment, and the extreme weather conditions all combined to create a perfect storm of maritime catastrophe. The Wilhelm Gustloff disaster also highlights the particular vulnerabilities of civilian populations during wartime maritime operations. Unlike military vessels whose crews are trained for combat and emergency situations, civilian refugees aboard the ship had no preparation for maritime disasters and no understanding of survival procedures in extreme conditions. For the families of the estimated 9,400 victims, the suppression of information about the disaster created additional trauma that lasted for decades. Many families never learned the exact circumstances of their loved ones' deaths, and the absence of official recognition or commemoration left them without closure or community support for their grief. The strategic significance of the Wilhelm Gustloff sinking extended beyond the immediate loss of life. The disaster marked one of the final acts of Nazi Germany's collapse, demonstrating the regime's inability to protect even its most vulnerable civilians. The massive refugee movement that led to the ship's overloading reflected the complete breakdown of German military and civilian organization in the face of Soviet advance. Today, the Wilhelm Gustloff rests on the bottom of the Baltic Sea, approximately 140 feet below the surface in international waters off the Polish coast. The wreck has been located and explored by marine archaeologists, but the site remains largely undisturbed as a war grave containing the remains of thousands of victims. The discovery and exploration of the wreck has provided additional evidence about the disaster, confirming the massive scale of the loss and the rapid nature of the sinking. Underwater surveys have revealed the extent of torpedo damage and the ship's final position, helping historians reconstruct the exact sequence of events that led to history's deadliest maritime disaster. The Wilhelm Gustloff story serves as a powerful reminder that the ocean's greatest tragedies are not always remembered equally. While some disasters become eternal symbols of human loss and maritime danger, others disappear into historical obscurity despite claiming far more lives. Political considerations, military censorship, and Cold War tensions conspired to hide the Wilhelm Gustloff disaster from public consciousness for decades. The ship's fate also demonstrates how wartime conditions can transform routine maritime operations into catastrophic humanitarian disasters. The combination of desperate circumstances, inadequate safety measures, and enemy action created conditions where a single submarine attack could claim nearly 10,000 lives in little more than an hour. As we remember the Wilhelm Gustloff and her victims, we're reminded that the sea does not distinguish between military and civilian casualties, between justified and unjustified attacks, between historical significance and historical obscurity. In the freezing waters of the Baltic Sea, the greatest maritime disaster in human history unfolded in darkness and secrecy, its magnitude hidden from the world until decades after the last survivor had been pulled from the icy waves. Story 10. Motor Vessel Dona Paz, The Floating Inferno. From the icy waters of the Baltic, where thousands perished in history's deadliest maritime disaster, we now travel to the warm tropical seas of the Philippines, where another catastrophic loss of life would occur under very different but equally tragic circumstances. On December 20th, 1987, the Philippine ferry motor vessel Dona Paz collided with an oil tanker in the Tablas Strait, igniting a maritime inferno that would claim over 4,300 lives and rank as one of the worst peacetime maritime disasters in modern history. What makes this tragedy particularly devastating is not just the massive loss of life, but the systematic failures and mysterious circumstances that turned a routine ferry crossing into a floating nightmare from which few would escape. The Philippines, an archipelago of over 7,000 islands scattered across the tropical Pacific, has always depended on maritime transportation to connect its scattered communities. For millions of Filipinos living on remote islands or traveling between the major population centers, passenger ferries represent the primary means of long-distance transportation, carrying people, goods, and vehicles across the island chains that make up the nation. The motor vessel Dona Paz was a typical inter-island ferry, a 305-foot vessel built in Japan in 1963 and designed to carry passengers and cargo between the Philippines' many islands. Originally named the Himayuri Maru, she had been purchased by Sulpicio Lines, one of the Philippines' largest ferry operators, and converted for the demanding requirements of Philippine inter-island service. The ship's conversion for tropical service had involved modifications that would prove catastrophic during the disaster. Her original safety systems had been altered to accommodate the higher passenger capacities demanded by Philippine operators, and her fire suppression systems had been modified for the warm, humid conditions of the tropics. These changes, while common in the Philippine maritime industry, would contribute to the severity of the tragedy that was to unfold. On December 20th, 1987, the Dona Paz departed Manila bound for Tacloban City in the central Philippines, carrying what officials estimated as 1,518 passengers and 59 crew members, according to the official manifest. However, the reality was far more dangerous. The ship was carrying more than twice her official capacity, with over 4,000 people crammed into spaces designed for far fewer passengers. Overloading was endemic in the Philippine ferry industry, driven by economic pressures and inadequate enforcement of safety regulations. Ferry operators routinely sold more tickets than their vessels could safely accommodate, while passengers without tickets boarded vessels anyway, knowing that enforcement was minimal and alternative transportation often unavailable. The Dona Paz's passenger list that day included families traveling home for Christmas, students returning from universities, migrant workers carrying their earnings to remote villages, and countless others whose names would never be recorded because they traveled without official tickets. The ship's decks, corridors, and even cargo spaces were packed with people sitting on floors, sharing spaces, and creating conditions that violated every principle of maritime safety. As evening approached and the Dona Paz steamed through the Tabla Strait, the crowded ferry encountered another vessel traveling through the same waters, the motor tanker Vector, a small oil tanker carrying 8,800 barrels of petroleum products from Bataan to Masbate. The 629-ton tanker was operating under questionable circumstances, with reports later suggesting that her crew might have been inexperienced and her navigation equipment inadequate for night operations in busy shipping lanes. At approximately 10:30 p.m., in clear weather with good visibility, the two vessels collided with devastating force. The impact occurred when the Vector struck the Dona Paz on her starboard side, rupturing the ferry's hull and breaching the tanker's cargo tanks simultaneously. The collision itself was survivable and should have resulted in casualties, but not the massive loss of life that followed. What transformed a serious collision into history's deadliest peacetime maritime disaster was fire, a massive, unstoppable conflagration fueled by the Vector's petroleum cargo that spread across the water and engulfed both vessels in minutes. The oil spill from the tanker's ruptured tanks created a sea of flames that surrounded the sinking ferry, trapping passengers and crew in an inferno from which escape was virtually impossible. The fire spread with terrifying speed, consuming the Dona Paz's superstructure and creating temperatures that made survival impossible in most areas of the ship. Passengers who had survived the initial collision found themselves trapped between the rising waters of the breached hull and the advancing flames that consumed everything in their path. The ship's wooden fittings, synthetic materials, and fuel supplies fed the blaze, creating a floating furnace that could be seen for miles across the dark waters of the strait. The overloading that had seemed merely uncomfortable during the voyage became lethal during the emergency. With 4 times the ship's intended capacity aboard, the passages and exits that should have allowed orderly evacuation became fatal bottlenecks, where panicked passengers trampled each other in desperate attempts to escape the flames. The life jackets and survival equipment that might have saved lives were insufficient for the actual number of people aboard. Most tragically, the majority of passengers were asleep below decks when the collision occurred, trapped in crowded compartments from which escape became impossible, as the ship listed, filled with water, and burned simultaneously. Families were separated in the chaos, children lost their parents in the darkness and smoke, and the ship's crew, also overwhelmed by the scale of the disaster, were unable to organize effective evacuation procedures. The Vector's crew of 13 abandoned their vessel quickly after the collision, but none survived the oil fires that consumed both ships. The tanker's petroleum cargo continued burning on the water's surface for hours, creating a massive floating oil fire that prevented rescue vessels from approaching the disaster area until the flames finally subsided. When rescue operations finally commenced in the early morning hours of December 21st, they found a scene of unprecedented maritime devastation. Both vessels had sunk completely, leaving only an oil slick covered with debris, and the few survivors who had managed to reach life rafts or floating wreckage before the fires consumed everything else. The official survivor count was catastrophically low. Only 26 people were pulled alive from the water, out of the more than 4,000 who had been aboard the Dona Paz. These survivors, many suffering from severe burns, smoke inhalation, and traumatic injuries, provided the only first-hand accounts of the disaster's horrific progression, from collision to conflagration to mass death. The investigation that followed revealed a cascade of failures that had contributed to the massive loss of life. The Dona Paz had been operating without proper safety certificates, her crew had not conducted required safety drills, and her passenger manifest bore no resemblance to the actual number of people aboard. The Vector had been operating with an unlicensed crew and inadequate navigation equipment for night operations in busy shipping lanes. More disturbing was the revelation that both vessels had been operating in violation of existing safety regulations, but enforcement had been so lax that these violations were routinely ignored by maritime authorities. The systematic failure of regulatory oversight had created conditions where disaster was not just possible, but virtually inevitable. The fire's rapid spread and intensity raised questions that were never fully answered. While petroleum fires are inherently dangerous, the speed with which the flames consumed both vessels and spread across the water suggested factors beyond simple fuel combustion. Some investigators theorized that the Dona Paz might have been carrying undeclared hazardous cargo that contributed to the fire's intensity, but the complete destruction of both vessels made definitive determination impossible. The human cost of the disaster extended far beyond the immediate casualties. Entire families were wiped out, leaving communities throughout the Philippines mourning multiple losses from single extended families who had been traveling together. The economic impact was equally devastating, as many of the victims had been migrant workers carrying cash earnings that represented months or years of labor to support their families. The international response to the disaster was limited by the Philippines' location and the scale of the tragedy. Unlike disasters in more developed nations, the Dona Paz tragedy lacked the infrastructure and resources for massive search and rescue operations. The remote location of the collision meant that effective response was delayed, and the complete destruction of both vessels made body recovery extremely difficult. For the families of the 4,300 victims, the Dona Paz disaster created a particular form of grief, complicated by the absence of bodies and the uncertainty about exactly who had been aboard the overloaded ferry. Many families never learned definitively whether their loved ones had been passengers, as the chaotic boarding procedures and inadequate record-keeping meant that hundreds of victims were never officially identified. The disaster prompted some improvements in Philippine maritime safety regulations, but enforcement remained problematic due to economic pressures and limited government resources. Ferry overloading continued to be a problem throughout the archipelago, as operators faced financial incentives to carry more passengers than their vessels could safely accommodate. The Dona Paz tragedy also highlighted the particular vulnerabilities of developing nations to maritime disasters. Limited regulatory enforcement, economic pressures that encouraged safety violations, and inadequate emergency response capabilities combined to create conditions where routine transportation could become mass casualty events. Story 11. Joola, the African Titanic. From the burning waters of the Philippines, where thousands perished in maritime inferno, we now travel across the world to the West African coast, where another ferry disaster would claim over 1,800 lives and expose the dangerous realities of maritime transportation in developing regions. On September 26, 2002, the Senegalese ferry Joola capsized in a sudden storm off the coast of Gambia, sinking so rapidly that virtually no passengers escaped from her crowded lower decks. The disaster would become known as Africa's Titanic, not just for its massive loss of life, but for the way it revealed the systematic neglect of maritime safety that made such tragedies almost inevitable in waters where economic necessity often overrode basic precautions. The West African coast has always been a challenging environment for maritime transportation, where powerful Atlantic swells meet shallow coastal waters, and seasonal storms can transform calm seas into deadly maelstroms within hours. For the nations of this region, many of them former colonies still struggling with limited infrastructure and economic challenges, maritime transportation represents both vital necessity and constant danger. Senegal, like many West African nations, faced unique geographic challenges that made maritime transportation essential, despite its inherent risks. The country's southern region of Casamance was effectively cut off from the capital city of Dakar by the intervening nation of Gambia, which created a narrow wedge separating Senegal's territory. While overland travel was possible, it required crossing international borders with complex visa requirements and unreliable transportation connections, making sea travel the preferred option for most Senegalese citizens. The motor vessel Joola was Senegal's primary link between these separated regions, a 262-foot ferry built in Germany in 1990 and operated by the Senegalese government to provide essential transportation services. Designed to carry 580 passengers, along with vehicles and cargo, the ship represented a substantial investment in connecting the country's scattered territories through maritime transportation. The Joola's design reflected European safety standards and engineering practices, with multiple watertight compartments, modern navigation equipment, and safety systems intended to protect passengers and crew in emergency situations. However, the ship's operation in West African waters would subject her to conditions and practices that her original designers had never anticipated. The route between Dakar and Ziguinchor in Casamance required the Joola to navigate through some of West Africa's most challenging coastal waters. The journey took the ferry past the Gambian coast, through areas subject to sudden weather changes, strong currents, and seasonal storms that could develop rapidly in the warm Atlantic waters off West Africa. On September 26, 2002, the Joola departed Ziguinchor bound for Dakar with what would become one of the most overcrowded passenger loads in maritime history. Official manifests listed approximately 796 passengers, but the reality was far more dangerous. The ship was carrying an estimated 1,928 people, more than 3 times her designed capacity, and nearly 4 times the number for which she carried safety equipment. The extreme overloading was not unusual for West African ferry operations, where economic pressures and limited alternative transportation created conditions where operators routinely carried far more passengers than their vessels could safely accommodate. Passengers often traveled without tickets, boarding vessels with the knowledge that enforcement was minimal, and alternative transportation might not be available for days or weeks. The Joola's passenger list that day included families returning to Dakar for work or school, merchants carrying goods for trade, students traveling between universities, and countless others whose journeys represented the normal movement of people in a region where maritime transportation was often the only practical means of long-distance travel. The ship's loading reflected the complex realities of West African maritime transportation. In addition to the excessive number of passengers, the Joola carried vehicles, livestock, cargo, and personal belongings that created a complex weight distribution, challenging even for experienced mariners to manage safely. Passengers occupied every available space, including corridors, cargo areas, and open decks where they arranged sleeping areas with personal belongings and makeshift shelters. As the afternoon progressed and the Joola steamed northwest toward Dakar, weather conditions began to deteriorate rapidly. The West African coast during late September is subject to sudden storms, as seasonal weather patterns shift and Atlantic pressure systems interact with the warm coastal waters. What had begun as a routine crossing was developing into a challenge that would test both the ship's design and her crew's capabilities. The ferry's crew, while experienced in West African coastal navigation, faced unprecedented challenges managing a vessel carrying nearly 4 times her intended passenger load in increasingly rough seas. The extreme overloading affected not just passenger safety, but fundamental ship stability, as the high center of gravity created by passengers and cargo distributed throughout the vessel made the Joola increasingly vulnerable to the rolling motion induced by large waves. At approximately 11 p.m. on September 26th, as the Joola navigated through rough seas off the Gambian coast, the vessel encountered a sudden storm system that generated large waves and strong winds, characteristic of West African coastal storms. The combination of severe overloading, compromised stability, and dynamic forces from the storm-driven seas created conditions that would prove catastrophic. The ship began rolling heavily in the storm-driven seas, her stability margins compromised by the extreme passenger load and poor weight distribution. As the Joola's rolling motion increased, water began entering through openings that had not been properly secured for rough weather, further reducing stability and creating a dangerous feedback loop that would lead to disaster. Maritime engineers understand that ship stability depends on complex interactions between weight distribution, center of gravity, and the vessel's ability to return to upright position after being displaced by waves or wind. The Joola's extreme overloading had fundamentally altered these relationships, creating conditions where the ship could no longer safely handle the forces generated by rough seas. As the storm intensified and the ferry's rolling motion became more severe, passengers and crew began to realize that something was seriously wrong. The ship's motion was no longer the normal pitching and rolling of a vessel in rough seas, but the increasingly violent oscillations of a ship approaching the limits of her stability. At approximately 11:30 p.m., the Joola reached the critical point where her stability was completely compromised. The ferry rolled over onto her side and sank in less than 5 minutes, trapping the vast majority of passengers and crew below decks with no opportunity to escape. The speed of the capsizing meant that life rafts could not be deployed, evacuation procedures could not be implemented, and most passengers had no warning of the impending disaster. The few survivors were those who had been on the upper decks when the ship capsized, and were able to reach floating debris or life rafts that broke free during the sinking. These fortunate individuals found themselves alone in the dark Atlantic waters, surrounded by debris and the few pieces of the ship that remained afloat after the catastrophic sinking. Only 64 people survived the Joola disaster out of the estimated 1,928 aboard, making it one of the deadliest maritime accidents in African history, and the worst ferry disaster in terms of loss of life since the Titanic. The survival rate of approximately 3% reflected the speed of the capsizing and the impossibility of conducting effective evacuation when a ship carrying 4 times her intended capacity suddenly rolled over and sank. The survivors' accounts painted a horrific picture of the disaster's progression. Most passengers had been asleep or resting below decks when the ship began her final roll, trapped in crowded compartments, from which escape became impossible as the vessel listed, flooded, and capsized simultaneously. Families were separated in the darkness, children lost their parents in the chaos, and the ship's crew, also overwhelmed by the scale of the disaster, were unable to organize any meaningful response to the emergency. The rescue operations that followed were hampered by the remote location of the sinking and the limited maritime rescue capabilities available in the region. West African nations generally lack the extensive Coast Guard and emergency response systems found in more developed maritime regions, meaning that effective rescue operations depend on commercial vessels and limited government resources. Senegalese and Gambian authorities coordinated rescue efforts using available naval vessels, fishing boats, and aircraft, but the scale of the disaster overwhelmed regional response capabilities. The majority of victims were never recovered, their bodies lost in the Atlantic depths or carried away by currents that could distribute remains across hundreds of miles of ocean. The investigation that followed revealed systematic failures in vessel operation, safety procedures, and regulatory oversight that had created conditions where disaster was not just possible, but inevitable. The Joola had been operating with stability margins compromised by routine overloading, inadequate safety equipment for the number of passengers actually carried, and crew members who lacked proper training for emergency procedures involving such extreme passenger loads. More disturbing was the discovery that the extreme overloading was not an isolated incident, but part of standard operating procedures for the ferry. Economic pressures on the government-operated vessel had created incentives to carry as many passengers as possible, while regulatory enforcement was insufficient to prevent dangerous operating practices. The disaster also highlighted broader issues affecting maritime safety throughout West Africa, where limited government resources, economic pressures, and inadequate international oversight created conditions where safety standards were routinely compromised. Ferry operations throughout the region reflected similar patterns of overloading, inadequate maintenance, and insufficient safety equipment that made major accidents statistically inevitable. For the families of the 1,864 victims, the Joola disaster created devastating loss, compounded by the systematic failures that had made the tragedy preventable. Unlike natural disasters or unavoidable accidents, the Joola sinking resulted from human decisions and regulatory failures that had prioritized economics over passenger safety. The international response to the disaster included offers of assistance with search and rescue operations, but also highlighted the limited attention paid to maritime safety in developing regions. While ferry disasters in Europe or North America typically prompt extensive international investigation and safety improvements, similar disasters in Africa often receive minimal international attention and limited follow-up. The Joola's wreckage was later located on the ocean floor off the Gambian coast, her hull resting in relatively shallow water where the rapid sinking had carried her. The ship's final position confirmed the survivors' accounts of the rapid capsizing and provided physical evidence of the extreme damage caused by the combination of overloading and rough weather. Subsequent analysis of the wreck revealed that the Joola had suffered no mechanical failures or structural defects that could have contributed to the disaster. The ship had been fundamentally sound, but operating under conditions that made catastrophic failure inevitable when challenged by storm conditions that should have been survivable for a properly loaded vessel. The disaster prompted some improvements in Senegalese maritime safety regulations, and increased international attention to ferry safety in West Africa. However, the fundamental economic and infrastructure challenges that had contributed to the Joola's overloading remained largely unchanged, ensuring that similar risks continued to threaten maritime transportation throughout the region. The Joola tragedy stands as a powerful reminder that maritime disasters in the modern era are often the result not of technological failures or natural forces beyond human control, but of systematic neglect of safety principles in favor of economic expedience. The ship's German engineering and modern safety systems could have prevented the disaster if they had been operated according to their design specifications. Today, more than 2 decades after the Joola's sinking, her memory serves as both a monument to the 1,864 lives lost and a warning about the continued dangers facing maritime transportation in regions where safety regulations are inadequately enforced. The disaster demonstrated that the ocean makes no distinction between developed and developing nations when safety principles are violated, and that the price of such violations is always paid in human lives. The Joola's story reminds us that the sea's power to claim victims is not limited to mysterious disappearances or unknown phenomena, but extends to the systematic human failures that create conditions where routine transportation becomes mass casualty events. In the waters off West Africa, where economic necessity often conflicts with safety requirements, the Joola's fate stands as a testament to the deadly consequences of choosing expediency over the fundamental principles that keep ships and passengers safe on the unforgiving ocean. Story 12. Al-Salam Boccaccio. 98. Fire in the Red Sea. From the storm-tossed waters off West Africa, where an overloaded ferry capsized in minutes, we now journey to the ancient waters of the Red Sea, where another maritime disaster would demonstrate the deadly combination of mechanical failure, inadequate safety systems, and overcrowding that characterized ferry transportation in many developing regions. On February 3, 2006, the Egyptian ferry Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 caught fire and sank while traveling from Saudi Arabia to Egypt, claiming 1,312 lives in circumstances that revealed dangerous shortcuts and regulatory failures that made such tragedies almost inevitable in waters where economic pressures routinely override basic safety. Considerations. The Red Sea has been a critical maritime highway for over 4,000 years, connecting the civilizations of Africa, Asia, and Europe through one of the world's most strategically important waterways. These warm, coral-studded waters have carried everything from ancient Egyptian trading vessels to modern supertankers, but they have also witnessed some of history's most devastating maritime disasters, often involving vessels that were poorly maintained, inadequately equipped, or operated beyond their safe design limits. For modern Egypt and Saudi Arabia, the Red Sea crossing represents far more than historical significance. It serves as a vital transportation link for millions of people whose lives and livelihoods depend on safe passage between the two countries. Egyptian workers seeking employment in Saudi Arabia's booming economy, Muslim pilgrims making the Hajj to Mecca, families visiting relatives, and merchants conducting trade all relied on ferry services that connected the two shores of this narrow sea. The Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 was designed to serve this crucial route, a roll-on, roll-off ferry operated by Al-Salam Maritime Transport that could carry both passengers and vehicles across the Red Sea. Built in Italy in 1970 as the Boccaccio, the 175-meter vessel had been designed according to European safety standards and originally operated in the Mediterranean before being sold to Egyptian operators and converted for Red Sea service. The ship's conversion for Middle Eastern operations had involved modifications that would prove significant during the disaster. Her original safety systems had been altered to accommodate the different operating conditions and regulatory requirements of the Red Sea route, while her passenger capacity had been increased to handle the heavy traffic between Egypt and Saudi Arabia. By 2006, the Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 was 36 years old, an advanced age for a ferry operating in the challenging conditions of the Red Sea. The combination of high temperatures, salt air, and intensive use had taken its toll on the vessel's systems, requiring constant maintenance and repairs to keep her operational. However, economic pressures and limited regulatory oversight meant that such maintenance was often deferred or conducted to minimal standards. The route between Duba, Saudi Arabia, and Safaga, Egypt, required the ferry to cross approximately 180 miles of open water, navigating through shipping lanes used by some of the world's largest vessels, while managing the complex loading and passenger operations that characterized Red Sea ferry services. The crossing typically took 15 to 18 hours, during which passengers and vehicles were confined to a vessel that often carried far more people than her original design specifications anticipated. On February 2, 2006, the Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 departed Duba bound for Safaga, carrying an estimated 1,400 passengers and crew according to official manifests. However, like many ferries operating in developing regions, the actual number of people aboard was likely higher, as passengers often traveled without proper documentation and were not included in official passenger counts. The passenger list reflected the diverse communities that depended on Red Sea ferry services: Egyptian workers returning from Saudi employment carrying their earnings back to families, Saudi and other Arab nationals traveling for business or family reasons, Muslim pilgrims completing religious obligations, and merchants transporting goods between the two countries. Many passengers were traveling with vehicles loaded with personal belongings or commercial goods, creating the complex loading conditions that characterized Red Sea ferry operations. The ferry's cargo decks contained hundreds of vehicles, from passenger cars and trucks to buses and commercial vehicles carrying everything from household goods to industrial equipment. This mixture of passenger and vehicle transportation created unique safety challenges, as the combination of people, vehicles, fuel, and cargo created potential fire hazards that required careful management and sophisticated safety systems. As the Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 steamed northwest across the Red Sea during the night of February 2nd to 3rd, passengers and crew settled into the familiar routine of an overnight crossing. Many passengers slept in their vehicles to save money on cabin accommodations, while others occupied passenger lounges and deck areas throughout the ship. The vessel's crew conducted routine operations, monitoring engines, navigation, and safety systems as the ferry made steady progress toward the Egyptian coast. At approximately 12:30 a.m. on February 3rd, a fire broke out in the ferry's engine room, quickly spreading through the vessel's mechanical spaces and threatening the entire ship. The fire's origin was never definitively determined, but investigators suspected electrical failures, fuel system malfunctions, or other mechanical problems that had been exacerbated by inadequate maintenance and aging equipment. Fire aboard a passenger vessel represents one of the most dangerous maritime emergencies, as the combination of confined spaces, limited escape routes, and potential fuel sources can create conditions where flames spread faster than passengers can evacuate. The Al-Salam Boccaccio 98's design, with multiple vehicle decks containing hundreds of cars and trucks with fuel tanks, created particularly challenging conditions for fire suppression and passenger evacuation. The ship's fire suppression systems, already compromised by age and questionable maintenance, proved inadequate for controlling the blaze that began consuming the vessel's interior spaces. The flames spread rapidly through areas containing vehicles, fuel, and passenger accommodations, creating toxic smoke and extreme heat that made movement through the ship increasingly difficult and dangerous. The ferry's crew attempted to fight the fire using onboard suppression systems and portable firefighting equipment, but the scale and intensity of the blaze quickly overwhelmed their capabilities. As the fire continued to spread despite their efforts, the crew faced the difficult decision of whether to maintain course toward the Egyptian coast or alter course to seek the nearest available assistance. Initially, the ship's officers chose to continue toward Safaga, hoping to reach port before the fire could compromise the vessel's structural integrity or passenger safety. This decision, while understandable given the proximity of the Egyptian coast, may have contributed to the severity of the disaster by delaying evacuation procedures and preventing passengers from reaching safety before conditions became unsurvivable. As the fire consumed increasing portions of the vessel's superstructure and penetrated deeper into passenger areas, the Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 began experiencing the secondary effects that make shipboard fires so deadly. The intense heat compromised structural elements, while toxic smoke from burning plastics, fuel, and other materials created poisonous atmospheres that could incapacitate or kill passengers and crew, even in areas not directly threatened by flames. The ship's electrical systems began failing as the fire damaged power distribution networks, causing lights to fail and making navigation through smoke-filled corridors nearly impossible. Emergency lighting systems, where they functioned, provided minimal illumination for passengers attempting to reach safety through unfamiliar and increasingly dangerous passages. Perhaps most critically, the fire began affecting the ferry's stability and buoyancy as flames damaged structural elements and allowed water to enter through compromised hull plating. The combination of fire damage, flooding, and the weight of water used in firefighting efforts created conditions where the vessel's survival became increasingly questionable. At approximately 2 a.m., as the fire continued to spread and conditions aboard the Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 became increasingly desperate, the ship's officers finally ordered the evacuation of passengers and crew. However, by this time, the fire had compromised many of the vessel's evacuation routes, and the smoke and heat had made movement through interior spaces extremely difficult or impossible. The evacuation process was further complicated by the ferry's design and the distribution of passengers throughout the vessel. Many passengers sleeping in vehicles on lower decks found themselves trapped by smoke and flames, while others in passenger accommodations faced similar challenges, reaching life rafts and evacuation points. The ship's public address system had been damaged by the fire, preventing effective communication of evacuation instructions to passengers throughout the vessel. The Al-Salam Boccaccio 98's life rafts and lifeboats, where they could be deployed, provided insufficient capacity for the actual number of people aboard the ferry. Like many vessels operating in regions with limited regulatory oversight, the ship's safety equipment had been calculated based on official passenger manifests rather than actual passenger loads, creating dangerous shortfalls in emergency evacuation capabilities. As the evacuation attempt continued, the ferry's condition deteriorated rapidly. The fire had compromised structural integrity to the point where the ship began listing severely, making it increasingly difficult to launch lifeboats and life rafts. The combination of fire damage, flooding, and structural failure created multiple simultaneous emergencies that overwhelmed both crew capabilities and passenger evacuation efforts. At approximately 4:30 a.m. on February 3rd, the Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 capsized and sank in the Red Sea, taking with her an estimated 1,312 passengers and crew members who had been unable to escape the burning vessel. The ferry sank in relatively deep water, carrying most of her passengers and vehicles to the bottom of the Red Sea in one of the worst maritime disasters in the region's modern history. The rescue operations that followed involved Egyptian and Saudi Coast Guard vessels, commercial ships and aircraft that responded to distress calls and searched for survivors in the waters where the ferry had sunk. Only 388 people were rescued alive from the disaster, pulled from life rafts, debris, and the water itself by rescue vessels that worked throughout the day following the sinking. The low survival rate reflected the deadly combination of fire, structural failure, and inadequate safety systems that had turned a routine ferry crossing into a maritime catastrophe. Most passengers had been trapped below decks by fire and smoke, unable to reach safety before the ship's final capsize and sinking. The investigation that followed revealed that the Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 had been operating with expired safety certificates, inadequate fire suppression systems, and structural modifications that had not been properly approved by maritime authorities. The ferry's safety equipment was insufficient for the actual number of passengers typically carried, while crew training for emergency procedures was inadequate for managing complex disasters involving fire, flooding, and evacuation simultaneously. More troubling was the discovery that the ferry had a history of safety violations and mechanical problems that had been inadequately addressed by both the operating company and regulatory authorities. The vessel had been cited for various deficiencies in previous inspections, but economic pressures and limited enforcement had allowed her to continue operating without addressing fundamental safety issues. The disaster highlighted the dangerous gap between international safety standards and the reality of ferry operations in developing regions where economic pressures often took precedence over passenger safety. The Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 had been built to European standards, but operated under conditions and practices that compromised the safety systems that should have protected passengers and crew. The human cost of the disaster extended far beyond the immediate casualties to affect entire communities throughout Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Many victims had been primary breadwinners for extended families, and their loss created economic hardships that lasted for years. The psychological impact on survivors and families was compounded by questions about whether the disaster could have been prevented through proper maintenance, adequate safety equipment, and effective regulatory oversight. The Egyptian government's response to the disaster included promises of improved maritime safety regulations and enhanced inspection procedures for passenger vessels. However, the fundamental economic and regulatory challenges that had contributed to the Al-Salam Boccaccio 98's unsafe operation remained largely unchanged, ensuring that similar risks continued to threaten ferry transportation throughout the region. For the international maritime community, the disaster served as another reminder that ferry safety in developing regions required not just improved regulations, but also the economic and technical resources necessary to implement and enforce safety standards effectively. The Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 had possessed safety systems that could have prevented or minimized the disaster if they had been properly maintained and operated according to international standards. The ferry's wreckage remains on the floor of the Red Sea, a monument to the 1,312 lives lost and a reminder of the deadly consequences when economic pressures override basic safety principles. The ship's final resting place serves as evidence of how quickly routine transportation can become mass casualty events when fundamental safety requirements are ignored or inadequately enforced. Today, more than 15 years after the Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 disaster, her memory continues to influence discussions about maritime safety in regions where ferry transportation remains essential despite limited resources for proper safety oversight. The tragedy demonstrated that the ocean's capacity for claiming lives extends far beyond mysterious disappearances and unknown phenomena to include the very human failures that occur when safety principles are sacrificed for economic expediency. The Al-Salam Boccaccio 98 story stands as a testament to the 1,312 people who lost their lives in the Red Sea, victims not of natural forces beyond human control, but of systematic failures that made their deaths preventable tragedies. In the ancient waters that have carried humanity's commerce and dreams for millennia, their memory serves as a warning that the sea's greatest dangers often come not from its mysterious depths, but from humanity's willingness to gamble with safety in pursuit of profit. Story 13. Motor Vessel Teratai Prima, Swallowed by the Storm. From the fire-consumed waters of the Red Sea, where over 1,000 souls perished in maritime inferno, we return to the treacherous archipelago waters of Southeast Asia, where another Indonesian ferry would vanish under circumstances that perfectly exemplify the deadly combination of extreme weather, overloading, and inadequate safety systems that make these waters among the most dangerous for maritime transportation in the world. On January 11, 2009, the ferry motor vessel Teratai Prima disappeared in rough seas off Sulawesi with all 250 people aboard, vanishing so completely that no wreckage, survivors, or bodies were ever found, despite extensive search operations that covered thousands of square miles of ocean. The Indonesian archipelago's 17,000 islands create one of the world's most complex and challenging maritime transportation networks, where millions of passengers annually depend on ferry services to travel between islands for work, family visits, commerce, and the countless other connections that bind this vast island nation together. These inter-island ferries operate in some of the most demanding conditions on Earth, navigating through narrow straits subject to sudden storms, strong currents, and crowded shipping lanes while carrying passenger loads that often exceed safe capacity limits by dangerous margins. The geography of Indonesia itself creates unique maritime challenges found nowhere else on Earth. The archipelago stretches across more than 3,000 miles of ocean, with deep channels, shallow seas, coral reefs, and active volcanic regions that create constantly changing conditions for maritime navigation. Weather patterns can shift rapidly from calm seas to violent storms, while tidal forces and ocean currents create complex water movements that challenge even experienced mariners. The motor vessel Teratai Prima was a typical Indonesian passenger ferry, designed and built to handle the demanding requirements of inter-island transportation in tropical waters. At approximately 200 feet in length, she was large enough to carry substantial numbers of passengers and vehicles, while remaining maneuverable enough to navigate the narrow channels and restricted waters that characterize much of Indonesian coastal navigation. The ferry was operated by one of Indonesia's many inter-island shipping companies, businesses that provided essential transportation services connecting the scattered communities of the archipelago. These companies faced constant economic pressures to maximize passenger loads while minimizing operating costs, creating incentives for practices that often compromise safety in favor of profitability. Indonesian ferry operators routinely dealt with challenges that would be considered unacceptable in more developed maritime regions: overloading that exceeded design specifications, deferred maintenance due to cost constraints, inadequate safety equipment for actual passenger loads, and weather conditions that could change from benign to life-threatening within hours. On January 10, 2009, the Teratai Prima departed Parapari in South Sulawesi, bound for Samarinda in East Kalimantan, carrying an estimated 250 passengers and crew according to official manifests. However, like most Indonesian ferries, the actual number of people aboard was likely higher, as many passengers traveled without tickets and were not included in official counts due to the informal nature of much inter-island transportation. The route across the Makassar Strait, the body of water separating the large islands of Sulawesi and Borneo, was one of Indonesia's busiest and most important ferry crossings. This strait serves as a major transportation corridor for the millions of people living on both islands, carrying everything from daily commuters to long-distance travelers moving between Indonesia's major population centers. The Makassar Strait is also one of the most dangerous bodies of water in the Indonesian archipelago, subject to sudden tropical storms that can generate enormous waves and winds capable of overwhelming passenger vessels. The strait's geography, with deep water channels surrounded by shallow areas and numerous islands, creates complex current patterns and weather effects that can trap vessels in dangerous conditions with little warning. Weather conditions during the Teratai Prima's departure were reported as marginal, with rough seas and deteriorating conditions that should have prompted delays or route changes according to standard maritime safety practices. However, economic pressures on ferry operators and passenger expectations for maintaining schedules often override safety considerations, leading to vessels departing in conditions that pose significant risks to passenger safety. The ferry's passenger manifest reflected the diverse communities that depended on Indonesian inter-island transportation: families traveling between islands for work or family visits, students moving between educational institutions, merchants carrying goods for trade, and migrant workers seeking employment opportunities in different regions of the archipelago. Many passengers were traveling with substantial personal belongings, creating complex loading conditions that further compromised vessel stability. Indonesian ferries routinely operate under conditions that would be considered unsafe in more regulated maritime environments. Passengers often sleep on deck areas, in vehicles, or in improvised accommodations that were never intended for human occupancy. Life jackets and safety equipment are frequently insufficient for actual passenger loads, while crew members may lack adequate training for managing emergencies involving hundreds of passengers in challenging sea conditions. The Teratai Prima's journey across the Makassar Strait began normally, with the ferry making steady progress through increasingly rough seas as weather conditions continued to deteriorate. Tropical storms in Indonesian waters can develop rapidly, transforming calm seas into dangerous conditions within hours as warm ocean temperatures fuel intense atmospheric disturbances. At approximately 3 o'clock in the morning, on January 11, 2009, the Indonesian Search and Rescue Agency received reports that the Teratai Prima had failed to arrive at her destination and could not be contacted by radio. Initial assumptions were that the ferry had been delayed by rough weather or minor mechanical problems, both common occurrences in Indonesian inter-island transportation that typically resulted in delayed arrivals rather than serious emergencies. However, as hours passed without any word from the vessel, concern escalated to full-scale emergency response. Indonesian maritime authorities initiated search operations, dispatching aircraft and surface vessels to investigate the ferry's projected route and search for any signs of distress or wreckage that might indicate the ship's fate. The search operation that followed became one of Indonesia's largest maritime rescue efforts in recent years, involving dozens of aircraft, naval vessels, and commercial ships that combed thousands of square miles of ocean, searching for any trace of the missing ferry. Coast Guard vessels, military aircraft, and civilian ships joined the effort, creating a massive search grid that covered not just the ferry's planned route but also alternative courses she might have taken to avoid rough weather. What searchers found was both puzzling and deeply disturbing. absolutely nothing. No wreckage marked the Teratai Prima's passage through the Makassar Strait. No oil slick indicated where she might have sunk. No debris field suggested structural failure or collision. No distress beacons were detected. No emergency radio signals intercepted. No lifeboats spotted drifting in the shipping lanes. The ferry and all 250 souls aboard had simply vanished without leaving any evidence of their fate, as if they had been erased from the ocean entirely. The complete absence of evidence was particularly puzzling given the ferry's size and the number of people aboard. Even catastrophic structural failure or sudden capsizing should have produced floating debris, oil slicks from fuel tanks, personal belongings, or other materials that would remain visible on the surface for days or weeks after a maritime disaster. The search area was expanded to encompass not just the ferry's planned route but also areas where currents could have carried wreckage from various potential sinking locations. Indonesian maritime authorities coordinated with Malaysian and other regional agencies to extend the search beyond national boundaries, recognizing that ocean currents could carry debris hundreds of miles from the original disaster site. Aircraft flew systematic grid patterns across vast areas of ocean surface, while naval vessels investigated every reported sighting, every piece of floating debris, and every anomaly that might provide clues to the ferry's fate. Commercial ships transiting the area were asked to report any unusual sightings, and coastal communities were alerted to watch for wreckage or bodies that might wash ashore. Weather analysis from the time of the disappearance revealed that the Makassar Strait had experienced severe tropical storm conditions during the night of January 10th through 11th, with wave heights exceeding 15 feet and winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. These conditions would have been challenging even for larger, more modern vessels, and potentially catastrophic for an overloaded passenger ferry with compromised stability margins. Indonesian ferries are particularly vulnerable to sudden capsizing in rough weather due to systematic overloading that compromises stability and safety margins built into their original designs. The practice of carrying more passengers than officially reported means that weight distribution calculations become inaccurate, creating conditions where vessels can become unstable in heavy seas with little warning. The investigation into the Teratai Prima's disappearance focused on several possible explanations for the complete loss of the vessel and all aboard. Sudden capsizing in heavy weather was considered the most likely scenario, particularly if the ferry had been caught by large waves while carrying an unstable passenger and cargo load that exceeded her design specifications. Structural failure was also investigated as a potential cause. Indonesian ferries often operate beyond their design service lives, with minimal maintenance and inspection that can lead to metal fatigue, corrosion, and catastrophic hull failure. If the Teratai Prima had suffered sudden structural collapse in rough seas, she might have sunk so rapidly that no distress signals could be transmitted and no debris escaped to the surface. The possibility of collision with another vessel was examined, though no ships in the area reported any contact with the missing ferry. The Makassar Strait carries heavy commercial shipping traffic, and collisions between large cargo vessels and smaller ferries can result in the complete destruction of the smaller vessel with minimal damage to the larger ship that might not even be noticed by the larger vessel's crew. More exotic theories emerged as conventional explanations failed to account for the complete absence of evidence. Some investigators suggested that the ferry might have encountered underwater obstacles or geological features that could cause sudden, catastrophic damage. The waters around Indonesia contain numerous seamounts, coral reefs, and underwater formations that pose navigation hazards, particularly during storms, when visibility is limited and normal navigation procedures become difficult or impossible. The Indonesian archipelago sits along the Pacific Ring of Fire, one of the world's most seismically active regions where underwater earthquakes and volcanic activity can create sudden changes in ocean floor topography. If the Teratai Prima had encountered such a geological event, the combination of structural damage and rough seas might have caused rapid sinking that left no time for distress signals or debris dispersal. Underwater volcanic activity, while rare, could potentially create conditions where a ship might be damaged or destroyed without leaving conventional evidence. Submarine eruptions can generate gas bubbles that reduce water density, potentially causing ships to lose buoyancy suddenly. Such phenomena, while scientifically documented, are extremely rare and would require extraordinary coincidence to affect a specific vessel at a specific time. The systematic nature of Indonesian ferry disasters led investigators to examine broader patterns of safety failures throughout the archipelago's transportation system. Overloading, inadequate maintenance, poor weather monitoring, and insufficient regulatory enforcement created conditions where major accidents were not isolated incidents, but predictable outcomes of systematic negligence that characterized much of the region's maritime transportation industry. Indonesian maritime authorities faced enormous challenges in regulating the thousands of ferries that operated throughout the archipelago. Limited government resources, vast distances between islands, and economic pressures on operators created an environment where safety regulations were difficult to enforce and often ignored in favor of economic considerations. The complexity of Indonesia's maritime transportation network made comprehensive safety oversight nearly impossible with available resources. Ferries operated between thousands of islands, often in remote areas where government presence was minimal and enforcement capabilities were limited. Many operators faced constant financial pressures that made proper maintenance and safety equipment expensive luxuries rather than essential requirements. Weather forecasting and communication systems in Indonesian waters were also inadequate for the scale of maritime operations they needed to support. Many ferries operated without reliable weather information, while communication coverage was sporadic in remote areas where vessels might encounter emergencies far from assistance. For the families of the 250 victims, the Teratai Prima's complete disappearance created a particularly cruel form of grief. Unlike disasters where bodies can be recovered and proper burial conducted, the ferry's vanishing left families without closure or certainty about their loved one's fate. Memorial services were held throughout Indonesia, but the absence of physical remains left many families unable to achieve the emotional resolution that comes with proper mourning rituals. The economic impact of the disaster extended beyond the immediate loss of life to affect entire communities that depended on the victims for financial support. Many of the passengers had been migrant workers traveling between islands for employment, breadwinners whose disappearance left families without income, and communities without essential workers whose skills and labor had supported local economies. The psychological impact on Indonesian communities was compounded by the mystery surrounding the ferry's fate. The complete absence of wreckage or explanation fueled speculation and conspiracy theories that made it difficult for families and communities to process their grief and move forward. Without clear understanding of what had happened, many people remained trapped in cycles of hope and despair that prevented emotional healing. Indonesian maritime unions and safety advocates used the Teratai Prima disaster to highlight the broader problems affecting ferry transportation throughout the archipelago. They pointed to systematic overloading, inadequate safety equipment, deferred maintenance, and insufficient crew training as endemic problems that made ferry disasters statistically inevitable rather than isolated accidents. The disaster also attracted international attention to the challenges facing maritime safety in developing regions where ferry transportation was essential despite limited resources for proper safety oversight. International maritime organizations offered assistance with safety improvements, but the fundamental economic and infrastructure challenges that contributed to unsafe operations remained largely unchanged. Subsequent investigations revealed that the Teratai Prima had been operating under conditions similar to many other Indonesian ferries: regular overloading beyond design specifications, deferred maintenance due to cost constraints, and safety equipment that was insufficient for actual passenger loads. These conditions were not unique to the Teratai Prima, but reflected industry-wide practices that created constant risks for passengers throughout the Indonesian archipelago. The ferry's disappearance prompted some improvements in Indonesian maritime safety regulations and increased government attention to ferry operations. However, enforcement remained problematic due to limited resources and the vast scope of maritime operations that needed oversight. Many of the fundamental problems that had contributed to the disaster continued to affect ferry transportation throughout the region. Modern search technology, including satellite imagery and sophisticated sonar systems, failed to locate any trace of the Teratai Prima, despite extensive efforts that continued for months after the initial disappearance. The ferry's complete vanishing highlighted the ocean's capacity to conceal evidence, even in an era of advanced detection and communication technologies. The Makassar Strait's depth and complex underwater topography created conditions where wreckage could be hidden beyond the reach of conventional search methods. If the ferry had sunk in one of the strait's deeper channels, Her remains might be inaccessible to salvage operations and virtually impossible to locate without extremely sophisticated and expensive deep-sea search equipment. Ocean currents in the region could have scattered any floating debris across vast areas of the Indonesian archipelago, making systematic search operations extremely difficult. The warm tropical waters that make the region attractive for tourism and commerce also accelerate decomposition processes that could eliminate human remains and organic materials within days or weeks of a maritime disaster. The Teratai Prima disaster highlighted the vulnerability of passenger ferry operations in regions where natural hazards, economic pressures, and limited regulatory oversight combine to create conditions where routine transportation can become mass casualty events. The ferry's disappearance demonstrated that even in the modern era of satellite communication and advanced navigation technology, vessels can still vanish without trace when operating under marginal safety conditions in challenging environments. The case also illustrated the broader challenges facing developing nations as they attempt to provide essential transportation services with limited resources and infrastructure. The economic realities that drove ferry overloading and deferred maintenance reflected genuine development challenges, rather than simple negligence, though the human cost of such compromises remained equally tragic regardless of their underlying causes. Today, more than a decade after her disappearance, the motor vessel Teratai Prima remains one of Southeast Asia's most troubling maritime mysteries. The ferry's complete vanishing, along with all 250 people aboard, stands as a reminder that the ocean's power to conceal its secrets extends beyond ancient shipwrecks and historical disasters to include modern vessels operating with contemporary technology and communication systems. The Teratai Prima's fate serves as a sobering reminder that maritime safety depends not just on vessel design and technology, but on the economic, regulatory, and social systems that determine how ships are operated and maintained. In the warm, deceptively beautiful waters of the Indonesian archipelago, where tropical islands create paradise-like settings for tourism and recreation, the ferry's disappearance reminds us that natural beauty and human tragedy often coexist in maritime environments. The 250 people aboard the Teratai Prima sailed into Indonesian maritime history as symbols of the risks faced by millions of people who depend on ferry transportation in regions where safety considerations must compete with economic necessities and geographic challenges. Their disappearance stands as a testament to the courage required for routine travel in waters where natural hazards and human limitations create daily challenges for survival. In the vast archipelago waters of Southeast Asia, where thousands of islands create countless opportunities for both wonder and danger, the motor vessel Teratai Prima's fate remains hidden beneath the waves, a mystery that speaks to the enduring power of the sea to conceal its darkest secrets, even in our age of global communication and advanced technology. Her vanishing reminds us that some maritime mysteries are not the product of ancient curses or supernatural phenomena, but of the very real human struggles to maintain safety and connection across the vast and unforgiving expanses of the ocean. Story 14. SS City of Cairo. Lost lifeboats of the South Atlantic. From the mysterious, complete disappearance of an Indonesian ferry in tropical waters, we now return to the wartime Atlantic, where another tragedy would demonstrate how the ocean's vastness can swallow not just ships, but also the lifeboats and survivors who should have been rescued. On November 6, 1942, the British merchant ship SS City of Cairo was torpedoed by German U-boat U-68 in the South Atlantic, approximately 450 miles south of St. Helena Island. While the initial torpedo attack was devastating and the ship sank quickly, lifeboats were successfully launched with most of the ship's complement of passengers and crew. What followed became one of the war's most haunting mysteries. The complete disappearance of 6 lifeboats and 104 survivors who vanished into the vast South Atlantic without leaving any trace of their desperate struggle for survival. The Battle of the Atlantic during World War II created a maritime killing field unlike anything in human history, where German U-boats prowled beneath the waves like mechanical sharks, systematically hunting the merchant vessels that carried Britain's lifeline of food, fuel, and materials from around the world. By November 1942, this underwater war had reached its deadliest phase, with German submarines sinking Allied shipping faster than it could be replaced, threatening to starve Britain into submission and potentially alter the course of the entire war. The SS City of Cairo, was one of thousands of merchant vessels that risked their lives daily to maintain the flow of supplies that kept Britain fighting. Built in 1915 as a passenger cargo liner for Ellerman Lines, the 8,034-ton vessel had been converted for wartime service, carrying essential cargo and passengers through submarine-infested waters where every voyage could be the last. At 470 feet long and designed for pre-war commercial service, the city of Cairo represented the kind of substantial merchant vessel that formed the backbone of Britain's merchant marine. Her peacetime accommodations had been modified for wartime service, but she retained the basic design features of a passenger liner: multiple decks, substantial superstructure, and passenger facilities that could accommodate civilian travelers as well as military personnel. The ship's wartime service had taken her to dangerous waters around the world, carrying cargo and passengers to British colonies and dominions that remained loyal to the crown despite the global conflict. Her experienced crew understood the risks of wartime sailing, but continued their essential work knowing that Britain's survival depended on maintaining maritime connections with the rest of the empire. On her final voyage, the city of Cairo was bound from Bombay to London via Cape Town, carrying a particularly valuable and diverse cargo that reflected the global nature of Britain's wartime supply network. Her holds contained silver bullion worth millions of pounds, essential raw materials for British industry, and general merchandise from Indian and African sources. More precious than any cargo, however, were the 311 passengers and crew members whose lives depended on the ship's safe passage through waters patrolled by German submarines. The passenger manifest included a cross-section of wartime travelers, British colonial officials returning home on leave, military personnel traveling between assignments, civilian specialists needed for war work in Britain, and families attempting to reach safety in England. Many passengers were women and children evacuating from colonial territories that might become threatened by Japanese expansion in the Pacific. The route around the Cape of Good Hope had become increasingly dangerous as German U-boats extended their operations into the South Atlantic, Indian Ocean, and beyond. While this route avoided the heavily contested North Atlantic shipping lanes, it presented its own challenges: vast distances between potential rescue points, limited naval escort availability, and the psychological pressure of sailing alone through waters where help might be thousands of miles away. The city of Cairo's voyage proceeded normally for most of the journey from Bombay, with the ship making good time through the Indian Ocean and around the Cape of Good Hope into the South Atlantic. The vessel maintained radio silence as required by wartime security protocols, but her progress was monitored by British naval authorities who tracked the movement of valuable cargo ships through coded position reports. On November 6, 1942, as the city of Cairo steamed north through the South Atlantic towards St. Helena Island, she entered waters that had become a hunting ground for German submarines, operating far from their European bases. The U-68, commanded by Captain Karl Friedrich Merton, was one of several German submarines conducting long-range operations in the South Atlantic, attacking Allied shipping along the vital sea routes that connected Britain with her empire. At approximately 11:30 p.m., the U-68 detected the city of Cairo on the surface and maneuvered into attack position. Captain Merton, following standard German submarine doctrine, fired a single torpedo at the merchant vessel from close range, achieving a direct hit that caused catastrophic damage to the ship's hull and engineering spaces. The torpedo explosion tore a massive hole in the city of Cairo's starboard side, causing immediate flooding that doomed the vessel. The ship began listing severely and settling by the stern as seawater rushed into her damaged compartments. However, unlike many torpedo attacks that killed ships so quickly that evacuation became impossible, the city of Cairo's crew had time to organize abandonment procedures and launch most of the ship's lifeboats. The ship's officers, following established maritime procedures, ordered the immediate launching of lifeboats and the preparation of passengers and crew for abandonment. Despite the chaos and darkness, the evacuation proceeded relatively successfully, with most of the ship's complement reaching the boats before the city of Cairo sank completely. 6 lifeboats were successfully launched from the sinking ship, carrying approximately 104 survivors, including passengers and crew members who had escaped the initial torpedo attack. The boats were equipped with basic survival supplies, emergency rations, water containers, navigation equipment, and signaling devices that should have enabled them to either reach safety independently or attract the attention of rescue vessels. The lifeboats were provisioned according to Board of Trade regulations that required sufficient food and water for the maximum number of occupants for a minimum survival period. Each boat carried emergency equipment, including flares, mirrors for signaling, fishing equipment, and charts that showed the locations of the nearest land and shipping routes where rescue might be possible. As the city of Cairo disappeared beneath the South Atlantic waves, taking with her the silver bullion and cargo that would never reach Britain, the 104 survivors found themselves adrift in 6 lifeboats in one of the most remote areas of the ocean. The nearest land was St. Lee's, Helena Island, approximately 450 miles to the north, while the nearest major shipping routes were hundreds of miles away in any direction. The South Atlantic in November presents challenging conditions for survival, with large swells generated by Southern Ocean storm systems, unpredictable weather patterns, and vast distances between potential rescue points. Water temperature, while not as life-threatening as North Atlantic conditions, could still cause hypothermia and death for survivors exposed to the elements for extended periods. The lifeboat survivors faced the classic challenges of open ocean survival: limited food and water supplies, exposure to sun and weather, the physical and psychological stresses of confinement in small boats, and the constant uncertainty about whether rescue would arrive before their supplies were exhausted or their health failed completely. Navigation in lifeboats required considerable skill and experience, as the boat's low position on the water limited visibility of landmarks and made celestial navigation extremely difficult. The survivors would have needed to coordinate their boat's movements, share resources and navigation duties, and maintain morale while rowing or sailing toward their best hope of reaching safety. For several days after the city of Cairo's sinking, there was hope that the lifeboats might reach safety or be spotted by other vessels. The South Atlantic, while vast and empty, was not entirely without shipping traffic, and rescue vessels had successfully located lifeboat survivors from other torpedo attacks in the region. But as days stretched into weeks without any word from the missing lifeboats, hope began to fade. No distress signals were received from the survivors, no sightings were reported by other vessels, and no evidence of the boats reached any of the islands or coastlines where they might have washed ashore if the survivors had died during their escape attempt. Search operations were organized by British naval authorities, but the vast area of ocean where the lifeboats might be found made systematic search extremely difficult with the limited air and naval resources available in the South Atlantic during wartime. Aircraft flew extended patrols looking for survivors, while ships transiting the area were alerted to watch for lifeboats or any signs of the missing people. The complete disappearance of all 6 lifeboats and their 104 occupants became one of the war's most puzzling mysteries. Unlike the ship herself, which had been sunk by enemy action in a clearly understood military operation, the fate of the survivors remained completely unknown despite extensive efforts to locate them or determine what had happened during their escape attempt. Several theories emerged to explain the lifeboat's disappearance, each highlighting different aspects of the extreme challenges facing survival in the open ocean. The most straightforward explanation was that the boats had been overwhelmed by rough weather, capsized or swamped in heavy seas that made survival impossible even with properly equipped lifeboats. The South Atlantic during November can produce severe storm systems with waves large enough to overwhelm small boats, particularly if multiple boats are traveling together, and cannot provide mutual assistance when one encounters difficulties. If the lifeboats had been caught in such conditions, they might have been destroyed so completely that no wreckage would remain visible for searchers. Dehydration and starvation presented another explanation for the survivors' fate. Despite emergency provisions, lifeboat supplies were calculated for limited survival periods, and the vast distances in the South Atlantic might have exceeded the boat's endurance capabilities. If the survivors had died from exposure or exhaustion, their boats might have drifted for thousands of miles before eventually sinking or washing ashore in remote areas where they would never be found. Navigation errors could have led the lifeboats away from shipping routes and potential rescue toward empty ocean areas where they would have no chance of being spotted. Small errors in dead reckoning navigation, which was extremely difficult from the low vantage point of lifeboats, could accumulate over days or weeks to place the survivors hundreds of miles from their intended course. More sinister possibilities included the chance that the lifeboats had been spotted and attacked by the same German submarine that had sunk their ship, or by other enemy vessels operating in the area. While international law protected shipwreck survivors, wartime conditions sometimes led to violations of these protections, particularly when enemy forces wanted to eliminate potential witnesses to their operations. Sharks and other marine predators presented additional threats to lifeboat survivors, particularly if injuries from the torpedo attack had caused bleeding that could attract dangerous marine life. The South Atlantic contains several species of large sharks that could potentially attack lifeboats or survivors in the water, though such attacks were relatively rare and usually did not result in the complete disappearance of entire boat crews. The investigation into the lifeboat's fate was complicated by the wartime conditions that limited search capabilities and the vast area of ocean where the survivors might have traveled. Unlike peacetime maritime disasters, where extensive search and rescue operations could be mounted immediately, wartime resource constraints meant that search efforts were necessarily limited and often abandoned when more pressing military priorities demanded attention. Weather records from November 1942 showed that the South Atlantic had experienced several severe storm systems during the period when the lifeboats would have been attempting to reach safety. These storms could have created conditions where even well-equipped and properly manned lifeboats would have been unable to survive, particularly if they encountered multiple storm systems while already weakened by days of exposure and limited provisions. The psychological factors affecting lifeboat survival were also considered in the investigation. The stress of torpedo attack, abandonment of ship, and open ocean survival could lead to panic, poor decision-making, and conflicts among survivors that might compromise their chances of survival. Leadership disputes, resource allocation conflicts, and despair could all contribute to situations where survival became impossible, even when physical conditions might have been manageable. For the families of the 104 missing survivors, the uncertainty about their loved one's fate created a particularly cruel form of wartime grief. Unlike casualties who died in the initial torpedo attack and whose fate was clearly understood, the lifeboat survivors' disappearance left families without closure or certainty about how their relatives had died. The Admiralty's official reports listed the missing survivors as lost at sea, but provided no explanation for what had happened to them after the successful launching of lifeboats. This uncertainty made it difficult for families to process their grief and move forward, as they remained trapped between hope that their loved ones might still be alive somewhere and the growing certainty that no rescue would come. The City of Cairo incident also highlighted broader problems with lifeboat survival that affected many merchant vessel losses during the war. While lifeboats provided the best chance for survival when ships were sunk by torpedo attack, the vast distances and harsh conditions of wartime ocean crossings often exceeded the survival capabilities of even properly equipped boats with experienced crews. The tragedy prompted some improvements in lifeboat equipment and survival procedures, but the fundamental challenges of open ocean survival remained largely unchanged. The ocean's vastness, unpredictable weather, and limited rescue resources meant that successful lifeboat survival required not just proper equipment and procedures, but also considerable luck with weather conditions and timing. Modern analysis of the City of Cairo incident has provided additional insights into the challenges faced by the lifeboat survivors, but has not resolved the mystery of their ultimate fate. Computer modeling of ocean currents and weather patterns suggests several possible routes the boats might have taken, but the lack of any physical evidence makes definitive conclusions impossible. Advances in search technology and satellite monitoring have revealed how difficult it would have been to locate 6 small lifeboats in the vast expanse of the South Atlantic using 1940s search capabilities. Even today, with sophisticated aircraft and satellite coverage, locating small boats in open ocean remains extremely challenging and often depends more on luck than systematic search procedures. The story of the SS City of Cairo and her missing lifeboats serves as a reminder that maritime warfare during World War II involved not just the dramatic clashes between military vessels, but also countless individual tragedies where ordinary people faced extraordinary challenges in their struggle for survival. The 104 people who vanished in the South Atlantic represent the thousands of merchant mariners, passengers, and crew members who died in the ocean's depths, far from public attention or historical commemoration. Today, more than 8 decades after the City of Cairo's sinking, the fate of her lifeboat survivors remains one of the war's unsolved mysteries. The South Atlantic has kept their secret, concealing the final chapter of their story beneath waves that have carried away all evidence of their struggle for survival. Their disappearance stands as a testament to the ocean's power to claim lives even when victims seem to have escaped initial disaster, and to the courage of those who face the sea's challenges, knowing that rescue may never come. In the vast waters of the South Atlantic, where distance and weather conspire to challenge human survival. The missing lifeboats of the city of Cairo remind us that sometimes the greatest maritime mysteries involve not the ships that sink, but the survivors who vanish while attempting to cheat death on the unforgiving ocean. Their memory serves as a tribute to all those who have fought for survival in small boats on great seas, whether they reach safety or join the countless souls whose final resting place remains known only to the depths. Story 15. SS Vestris, the Mysterious List. From the vanished lifeboats of the South Atlantic, where 104 souls disappeared after escaping a torpedo attack, we now navigate to the storm-lashed waters off the U.S. East Coast, where another maritime disaster would unfold under circumstances that challenged investigators and maritime experts for decades. On November 12, 1928, the British passenger liner SS Vestris sank in heavy seas, approximately 200 miles off Virginia, taking 112 lives in a tragedy that began not with collision or explosion, but with a mysterious and unexplained list that gradually condemned the ship to a slow, agonizing death in the Atlantic swells. The SS Vestris represented the golden age of ocean liner travel, when magnificent ships connected the continents with regular passenger service that combined transportation with luxury and adventure. Built in 1912 by Workman Clark and Company in Belfast for the Lamport and Holt Line, the 511-foot vessel was designed to carry passengers and cargo between European ports and South America, serving routes that had become increasingly important as trade and immigration connected the old world with the new. At 10,494 tons, the Vestris was a substantial ship for her era, designed with multiple decks of passenger accommodations, spacious public areas, and the cargo capacity needed to make transatlantic operations profitable. Her design reflected the optimism of the early 20th century, when shipbuilders believed they had mastered the challenges of ocean travel and could create vessels that would provide safe, comfortable passage across even the most dangerous seas. The ship's construction incorporated safety features that were considered state-of-the-art in 1912, including watertight compartments designed to contain flooding, multiple pumping systems to remove water that might enter the hull, and lifeboats sufficient to accommodate all passengers and crew according to the regulations of the time. Her steel hull and modern engineering were intended to provide a substantial safety margin against the natural hazards of Atlantic crossings. By November 1928, the Vestris had completed 16 years of successful transatlantic service, carrying thousands of passengers safely between European and South American ports. Her crew was experienced in Atlantic crossings, her equipment well-maintained, and her safety record exemplary. Nothing in her history suggested any vulnerability to the disaster that was about to unfold. On November 10, 1928, the Vestris departed New York bound for Buenos Aires, carrying 128 passengers and 197 crew members on what should have been a routine crossing to South America. The passenger manifest included a typical mix of transatlantic travelers, businessmen conducting trade with Argentina, families visiting relatives, immigrants returning to South America, and tourists seeking adventure in the growing economies of the southern continent. The ship's cargo holds contained a diverse load, reflecting the commercial connections between North and South America. Manufactured goods, machinery, consumer products, and raw materials that would support the economic development of Argentina and other South American nations. The cargo was properly loaded and secured according to standard maritime practices, with weight distribution calculated to maintain the ship's stability and seaworthiness. Weather conditions at departure were typical for November in the North Atlantic. Cool temperatures, moderate seas, and the possibility of storms as autumn weather patterns brought increasing wind and wave activity to the shipping lanes. The Vestris's officers were experienced in handling such conditions and confident in their ship's ability to manage whatever weather they might encounter during the crossing. For the first day of the voyage, everything proceeded normally aboard the Vestris. Passengers settled into their accommodations, crew members conducted routine operations, and the ship made steady progress southward along the American coast toward the warmer waters of the Caribbean and South Atlantic. But on November 11th, as the ship encountered rougher seas off the Virginia coast, something went mysteriously wrong. The Vestris began developing a pronounced list to starboard, a lean to one side that should not have occurred in a properly loaded and seaworthy vessel. Initially, the list was slight enough to be attributed to cargo shifting or temporary water accumulation, problems that could be corrected through routine shipboard procedures. However, as hours passed, the list became more pronounced rather than less. Despite efforts by the crew to redistribute weight, pump out accumulated water, and correct whatever was causing the problem, the Vestris continued leaning further and further to starboard. What had begun as a minor operational issue was developing into a serious threat to the ship's stability and safety. The cause of the list remained frustratingly unclear to the ship's officers and crew. There had been no collision, no explosion, no obvious structural failure that could explain why the ship was gradually losing her ability to remain upright. The weather, while rough, was well within the Vestris's designed capabilities and should not have posed any unusual threat to a vessel of her size and construction. Maritime engineers understand that ship stability depends on complex relationships between the vessel's center of gravity, the distribution of weight throughout the ship, and the forces exerted by wind and waves. Any disruption to these relationships can cause listing, but identifying the specific cause requires systematic investigation that may be impossible during emergency conditions at sea. As the Vestris's list increased throughout November 11th and into November 12th, the ship's situation became increasingly precarious. The severe lean to starboard made normal operations difficult, frightened passengers who could see that something was seriously wrong, and raised questions about whether the vessel could survive if weather conditions deteriorated further. The ship's wireless operators began transmitting distress signals as the list reached dangerous proportions, alerting other vessels and shore stations that the Vestris was in serious trouble and might require assistance. These early distress calls brought several ships racing toward the liner's position, but help was still hours away across the storm-tossed Atlantic. On the morning of November 12th, as the Vestris struggled through heavy seas with her dangerous list, the situation deteriorated rapidly. The combination of rough weather and compromised stability created conditions where the ship could no longer safely handle the forces generated by large waves and strong winds. Large waves striking the ship's high starboard side, exposed by the list, created additional rolling forces that stressed the already compromised vessel beyond her ability to recover. Water began entering the ship through openings that were normally well above the waterline but had been submerged by the severe list, creating a feedback loop that made the situation progressively worse. At approximately 1:00 p.m. on November 12, 1928, the Vestris reached the point where her stability was completely compromised. The ship rolled over onto her starboard side and sank rapidly in the heavy seas, taking with her 112 passengers and crew members who were unable to escape the rapidly flooding vessel. The sinking was witnessed by several rescue ships that had responded to the Vestris's distress calls, but their proximity could not prevent the massive loss of life that occurred when the liner finally succumbed to whatever forces had been causing her mysterious list. The rescue vessels were able to save 192 survivors from the water in lifeboats, but 112 people perished in the disaster. The survivors' accounts of the disaster provided crucial information about the progression of events, but failed to explain the fundamental mystery of what had caused the ship's fatal list. Passengers and crew members described the gradual development of the lean, the increasingly difficult conditions aboard the ship, and the final catastrophic sinking, but none could identify the root cause of the problem that had doomed the vessel. The investigation that followed became one of the most complex and controversial maritime inquiries of the 1920s, as experts struggled to explain how a modern, well-maintained passenger liner could develop a fatal list under conditions that should have been well within her operational capabilities. The official inquiry examined every possible explanation for the list, from cargo shifting and improper loading to structural failure and design defects. Investigators scrutinized the ship's loading procedures, interviewed surviving crew members about her condition and behavior, and analyzed weather records from the time of the disaster. One theory focused on the possibility that the Vestris's cargo had shifted during rough weather, creating an imbalance that caused the fatal list. Cargo shifting was a known hazard in maritime transportation, particularly when vessels encountered heavy seas that could cause improperly secured materials to move within the holds. However, investigation of the ship's loading procedures revealed that the cargo had been properly secured according to standard practices, and survivors reported no unusual sounds or sensations that would indicate massive cargo movement. The gradual development of the list over many hours was also inconsistent with sudden cargo shifting, which typically causes immediate and obvious changes in a ship's behavior. Structural failure was examined as another possible cause, with investigators considering whether the Vestris might have suffered hull damage that allowed water to enter and accumulate in ways that caused progressive listing. Metal fatigue, corrosion, or impact damage could potentially create breaches that would flood specific areas of the ship and cause stability problems. But examination of the ship's maintenance records and inspection history revealed no obvious structural problems that could account for such failure. The Vestris had been regularly inspected and maintained according to established standards, with no indications of serious deterioration or damage that might predispose her to sudden flooding. Design defects were also investigated, with naval architects examining the ship's plans and construction details to determine whether inherent flaws in her design might have made her vulnerable to stability problems under certain conditions. The Vestris had been built according to accepted practices of her era, but maritime engineering was still evolving, and designs that seemed adequate when built might prove inadequate under operational stress. The inquiry revealed some potential concerns about the ship's stability characteristics, particularly her behavior in heavy seas when loaded with certain cargo configurations. However, these concerns were not sufficient to explain the dramatic and progressive list that had developed under conditions where the ship should have remained stable. Weather conditions during the disaster were analyzed in detail, with investigators examining whether unusual wave patterns, wind forces, or other meteorological factors might have contributed to the ship's problems. The storm that the Vestris encountered was severe but not unprecedented, and other vessels in the area had successfully weathered similar conditions without experiencing stability problems. More mysterious theories emerged as conventional explanations failed to account for all aspects of the disaster. Some investigators suggested that the Vestris might have encountered unusual oceanographic conditions, such as powerful currents or underwater obstacles, that could have affected her stability in ways not previously understood. The interaction between the ship's design and the specific sea conditions she encountered was examined using the limited computational tools available in 1928. This analysis suggested that certain combinations of wave, height, period, and direction could potentially create resonance effects that might destabilize vessels with particular stability characteristics. The human factor was also investigated, with the inquiry examining whether crew errors, maintenance failures, or operational mistakes might have contributed to the development of the fatal list. The ship's officers were experienced and competent, but the possibility remained that subtle errors in ballast management, cargo handling, or damage control might have created conditions that led to disaster. The final report of the official inquiry was unable to definitively determine the cause of the Vestris's list, concluding that the disaster likely resulted from a combination of factors rather than a single, identifiable cause. This unsatisfying conclusion reflected the complexity of maritime disasters and the limitations of 1920s investigation techniques. The human cost of the Vestris disaster extended far beyond the immediate casualties to affect families and communities on both sides of the Atlantic. The 112 victims included passengers from multiple countries and crew members whose loss devastated their families and home communities. The disaster also highlighted the continued dangers of ocean travel despite advances in ship design and safety procedures. For the maritime industry, the Vestris disaster prompted reviews of stability requirements, loading procedures, and emergency protocols for passenger vessels. While no single cause could be identified, the investigation revealed areas where safety improvements might reduce the risk of similar disasters in the future. The disaster also influenced public perception of ocean travel safety, occurring during a period when confidence in maritime transportation was already shaken by earlier disasters, including the Titanic. The Vestris's loss demonstrated that even modern ships with experienced crews could still fall victim to mysterious and unexplained hazards. The mystery of what caused the Vestris's fatal list has never been definitively solved, despite decades of additional analysis using more advanced engineering tools and understanding of ship stability. Modern naval architects have proposed various theories, but the absence of physical evidence from the wreck makes definitive conclusions impossible. The case remains a sobering reminder that maritime disasters can result from subtle combinations of factors that may not be immediately apparent even to experienced investigators. The Vestris's loss demonstrated that the ocean's dangers extend beyond obvious hazards like storms, icebergs, and enemy action to include mysterious failures that can doom even well-designed and properly operated vessels. Today, more than 9 decades after her sinking, the SS Vestris rests on the floor of the Atlantic, her hull holding whatever secrets might explain the mysterious list that led to her destruction. The ship's final resting place serves as a monument to the 112 lives lost, and a reminder that even in the seemingly well-understood world of maritime engineering, mysteries can emerge that challenge our comprehension of how ships behave in the unforgiving environment of the ocean. The Vestris disaster also highlighted the vulnerability of passengers traveling in lower-deck accommodations, where escape became nearly impossible once the ship developed her severe list. The majority of casualties occurred among passengers whose cabins were located on the ship's starboard side, where the list trapped them below the waterline with little chance of reaching safety. This pattern of casualties revealed how ship design and passenger accommodation arrangements could create deadly traps during emergency situations. The Vestris's passenger decks, while luxurious and comfortable during normal operations, became death chambers when the ship's list submerged exits and made evacuation impossible for those in the wrong locations. The disaster prompted some improvements in ship design and emergency procedures, particularly regarding the placement of emergency exits and the training of crew members in managing evacuations from ships with severe stability problems. However, the fundamental challenges of evacuating large numbers of people from a sinking ship remained largely unchanged. Weather analysis from November 1928 revealed that the Atlantic had been experiencing an unusually active storm season, with multiple severe weather systems affecting shipping routes along the American coast. While the specific storm that claimed the Vestris was not extraordinary by historical standards, it occurred during a period when cumulative weather effects might have created more challenging conditions than individual storm reports suggested. The investigation also examined whether the Vestris might have been affected by unusual tidal forces or oceanographic conditions that could have influenced her stability. The ship sank in waters where complex current systems and seasonal variations could create conditions different from those anticipated by her designers and crew. Modern oceanographic research has revealed that the waters off the American East Coast contain numerous underwater features and current patterns that were not well understood in 1928. Submarine canyons, seamounts, and current convergences could potentially create conditions that might affect ship stability in ways that would not have been recognized by 1920s maritime science. The psychological impact of the Vestris disaster on survivors was particularly severe because of the gradual nature of the ship's deterioration. Unlike disasters that occurred suddenly, leaving little time for fear or anticipation, the Vestris's passengers and crew endured hours of growing anxiety as the ship's list became increasingly pronounced and threatening. Survivor accounts described the mounting tension aboard the ship as passengers realized that something was seriously wrong, but received little information about the nature or severity of the problem. The crew's inability to explain or correct the list created an atmosphere of helplessness and growing panic that made the eventual evacuation more difficult and dangerous. The disaster also revealed inadequacies in lifeboat procedures and equipment that contributed to the high casualty rate. While the Vestris carried sufficient lifeboats according to regulations, the ship's severe list made launching many of these boats impossible or extremely dangerous, trapping passengers and crew aboard the dying vessel. The lifeboats that were successfully launched faced challenging conditions in the heavy seas, with several boats being swamped or capsized shortly after reaching the water. The combination of rough weather, panic, and inadequate training in emergency procedures created situations where survival equipment could not be effectively used to save lives. International maritime law and safety regulations were influenced by the Vestris investigation, which revealed gaps in existing requirements for ship stability, emergency procedures, and lifeboat arrangements. While progress was gradual, the disaster contributed to the eventual development of more comprehensive safety standards that would reduce the risk of similar tragedies. The economic impact of the Vestris disaster extended beyond the immediate loss of ship and cargo to affect confidence in ocean travel and the reputation of the shipping lines that operated similar vessels. Insurance claims and legal proceedings continued for years after the disaster, as families sought compensation and investigators attempted to assign responsibility for the preventable aspects of the tragedy. The shipping industry's response to the disaster included enhanced training for officers in stability management, improved procedures for cargo loading and ballast management, and better equipment for monitoring ship condition during voyages. However, the fundamental mystery of what had caused the Vestris's list remained unsolved, limiting the effectiveness of specific preventive measures. Maritime historians have continued to study the Vestris disaster using modern analytical tools and expanded understanding of ship behavior in heavy seas. Computer modeling of the ship's stability characteristics has provided insights into possible failure modes, but the absence of definitive physical evidence makes conclusive analysis impossible. Some modern theories suggest that the Vestris might have experienced a progressive flooding scenario where small amounts of water entering the ship gradually accumulated in ways that affected stability. Such flooding might not have been immediately apparent to the crew, but could have created conditions where the ship became increasingly vulnerable to weather-induced rolling and listing. Other theories focus on the possibility of structural failures that were not catastrophic enough to cause immediate sinking, but serious enough to compromise the ship's watertight integrity. Fatigue cracks, corrosion damage, or impact injuries from previous voyages might have created vulnerabilities that only became apparent under the stress of heavy weather. The role of human factors in the disaster has also been re-examined using modern understanding of crew resource management and emergency decision-making. The Vestris's officers faced an unprecedented situation, with limited information and no clear protocols for managing a progressive stability crisis. Conditions that could lead to delayed or inappropriate responses even among experienced mariners. Modern stability analysis has revealed that ships of the Vestris's era and design were more vulnerable to certain types of stability problems than was understood at the time of their construction. Advances in naval architecture have identified design features and loading practices that could create stability risks under specific conditions. Though such analysis cannot definitively explain the Vestris's specific failure, the disaster also highlighted the importance of effective communication during maritime emergencies. As passengers and crew aboard the Vestris received limited information about the ship's condition and the actions being taken to address the crisis. This communication failure contributed to panic and may have hindered effective emergency response procedures. For maritime archaeologists and disaster investigators, the Vestris wreck represents an important historical site that could potentially provide evidence about the cause of the ship's mysterious list. However, the depth and condition of the wreck have made detailed examination difficult, leaving many questions about the disaster unanswered. The story of the SS Vestris serves as a reminder that maritime mysteries are not always dramatic tales of sudden disappearance or supernatural phenomena, but can involve the gradual failure of systems and structures in ways that are difficult to predict or prevent. The ship's mysterious list demonstrates how complex engineering systems can fail in subtle ways that challenge even expert investigation and analysis. The 112 people who lost their lives aboard the Vestris became victims not of obvious maritime hazards like storms or icebergs, but of mysterious forces that gradually condemned their ship to destruction. Their deaths highlight the continued vulnerability of ocean travelers to hazards that may not be fully understood even by those responsible for their safety. In the cold waters off the Virginia coast, where the Vestris made her final plunge to the Atlantic floor, the ship's remains serve as a monument to the victims, and a reminder that the sea's capacity for claiming lives extends beyond dramatic disasters to include the subtle failures that can doom even the most carefully designed and operated vessels. The Vestris's legacy lies not just in the lives lost or the mystery of her fatal list, but in the recognition that maritime safety requires constant vigilance against hazards that may not reveal themselves until it is too late to prevent tragedy. Her story reminds us that the ocean's greatest dangers may not announce themselves with obvious signs, but can emerge gradually from the complex interactions between human engineering, natural forces, and the countless variables that determine whether ships and their passengers reach their destinations safely. The mysterious list that doomed the SS Vestris remains one of maritime history's unsolved puzzles, a reminder that even in our age of advanced engineering and sophisticated analysis, the sea still holds secrets that challenge our understanding and humble our confidence in humanity's mastery over the ocean's vast and unforgiving domain. Story 16. Zealandia, the Forgotten Tragedy. From the mysterious list that doomed the SS Vestris in Atlantic waters, we now voyage to the coral-studded seas of the Southwest Pacific, where one of history's most devastating, yet forgotten maritime disasters unfolded during the chaos of World War I. In 1918, the Australian steamer Zealandia struck an uncharted reef in the Coral Sea, while carrying over 1,100 passengers and crew, including hundreds of Australian and New Zealand troops returning from the Western Front. The massive loss of life that followed would rank among the worst maritime disasters in Pacific history. Yet the tragedy virtually disappeared from historical memory, buried beneath the overwhelming casualties and global upheaval of the Great War's final year. The year 1918 marked the climactic end of World War I, when exhausted nations threw their remaining resources into final offensives that would determine the war's outcome. For Australia and New Zealand, this period brought both triumph and tremendous loss, as their forces played crucial roles in the Allied victory, while paying an enormous price in casualties that decimated an entire generation of young men. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps forces, also known as Anzac forces, soldiers from the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, had earned legendary status through their courage at Gallipoli, the Western Front, and campaigns throughout the Middle East. By late 1918, thousands of these veterans were finally returning home, carrying with them the physical and psychological wounds of 4 years of unprecedented warfare. The SS Zeelandia was one of many vessels pressed into service to transport these returning troops across the vast Pacific distances that separated the battlefields of Europe from the home ports of Australia and New Zealand. Built in 1911 as a passenger liner for the Union Steamship Company, the 7,890-ton vessel had been converted for wartime troop transport, her peacetime luxury accommodations replaced with cramped military quarters designed to carry as many soldiers as possible. At 430 feet long and designed for pre-war commercial service, the Zeelandia represented the kind of substantial passenger vessel that formed the backbone of Pacific transportation before the war. Her conversion for military use had involved removing civilian amenities and installing tiered bunks, mess facilities, and other equipment needed to accommodate large numbers of troops during extended voyages. The ship's wartime service had taken her throughout the Pacific, carrying troops to various theaters of operation and supplies to Allied forces scattered across the vast oceanic battlefield. Her crew had gained extensive experience in Pacific navigation, but the wartime urgency and limited resources available for chart updates meant that many vessels were operating with incomplete information about hazards in remote waters. In November 1918, as the armistice brought an end to fighting in Europe, the Zeelandia was loaded with what would become one of the largest concentrations of returning servicemen ever assembled aboard a single vessel. Official records, fragmentary due to wartime chaos and subsequent loss of documents, suggest that over 1,100 people were aboard, including Australian and New Zealand troops, medical personnel, civilian passengers, and the ship's crew. The exact composition of the passenger manifest has never been definitively established, as wartime record-keeping was often informal and many documents were subsequently lost or destroyed. What is known is that the ship carried a cross-section of the Anzac forces that had served throughout the war: infantry soldiers, artillery crews, engineers, medical personnel, and support troops representing units from across Australia and New Zealand. Many of the returning troops were wounded veterans who had survived the carnage of the Western Front, only to face new dangers during their journey home. Others were soldiers whose units had been disbanded as the war ended, men who had served with distinction in campaigns from Gallipoli to the final Allied offensives of 1918. The Zeelandia's route from European ports to Australia required navigation through some of the most challenging waters in the world, including the passage through the Coral Sea, where countless reefs, atolls, and underwater hazards had claimed ships for centuries. This region, stretching between the Australian coast and the island chains of Melanesia, contained some of the most complex and poorly charted waters in the Pacific. The Coral Sea, in 1918, was a maritime navigator's nightmare, where incomplete charts, limited lighthouse and navigation aid coverage, and constantly changing conditions created extreme hazards for even experienced mariners. The region's countless coral reefs, many of them uncharted or incorrectly positioned on existing maps, posed constant threats to vessels attempting to navigate through the maze of islands and atolls. Weather conditions in the Coral Sea could change rapidly, from calm tropical conditions to severe storms that reduced visibility and made navigation extremely difficult. The combination of complex topography, inadequate charts, and unpredictable weather created conditions where even minor navigation errors could have catastrophic consequences. As the Zeelandia steamed through the Coral Sea in November 1918, Her officers faced the challenging task of navigating through waters that were imperfectly mapped and subject to hazards that might not appear on any chart. The urgency of bringing troops home, combined with wartime pressures to maintain schedules, created incentives to take navigation risks that might not have been acceptable during peacetime operations. On November 15, 1918, just 4 days after the armistice had officially ended the Great War, the Zealandia struck an uncharted reef in the Coral Sea with devastating force. The impact tore enormous holes in the ship's hull below the waterline, causing immediate flooding that began dragging the vessel toward the bottom of the tropical sea. The reef that claimed the Zealandia was one of countless underwater hazards in the Coral Sea that had never been properly surveyed or included on navigation charts. These coral formations, built up over thousands of years by marine organisms, created knife-sharp underwater obstacles that could tear through steel hulls with ease, causing damage so severe that even modern ships would be unable to survive. The force of the impact suggested that the Zealandia had been traveling at considerable speed when she struck the reef, possibly due to the urgency of reaching port or attempts to maintain schedule despite challenging navigation conditions. The subsequent flooding was so rapid and extensive that the ship's pumping systems and damage control efforts proved inadequate to keep her afloat. Unlike many maritime disasters where ships sink in deep water, leaving few traces for investigation, the Zealandia's position on the reef should have made her wreckage accessible for examination and potential salvage efforts. However, the remote location of the disaster, combined with the limited resources available for maritime rescue and salvage in 1918, meant that effective response to the tragedy was virtually impossible. The sinking of the Zealandia claimed an estimated 1,100 lives, making it one of the deadliest maritime disasters in Pacific history, and certainly the worst loss of Australian and New Zealand military personnel in a single incident. The tragedy occurred when the ship broke apart and sank rapidly, trapping most of those aboard in the flooding compartments before they could reach safety. The few survivors, numbering perhaps in the dozens rather than hundreds, faced additional challenges in the remote waters of the Coral Sea. The tropical location meant that water temperature was not immediately life-threatening, but the distance from rescue facilities and the limited traffic in the area made survival extremely difficult for those who escaped the sinking ship. Rescue operations were hampered by the remote location of the disaster and the limited maritime rescue capabilities available in the Pacific in 1918. Unlike the North Atlantic, where regular shipping traffic and established rescue services could respond to maritime emergencies, the Coral Sea was largely empty of vessels that could provide immediate assistance to survivors. The scale of the disaster was so overwhelming that even if rescue vessels had reached the scene quickly, they would have been unable to save most of the people aboard the Zealandia. The rapid sinking and massive loss of life created conditions where survival depended more on luck and proximity to lifeboats than on any organized evacuation effort. What makes the Zealandia disaster particularly tragic is how quickly it disappeared from public consciousness and historical memory. The tragedy occurred during the final weeks of World War I, when public attention was focused on the armistice, the end of fighting, and the massive task of demobilizing millions of troops worldwide. The enormous casualties of the Great War, which had killed millions of people over 4 years, provided a grim context that made even a disaster involving over 1,000 deaths seem relatively insignificant. Families that had already lost sons, fathers, and brothers in the trenches of France found themselves mourning additional losses that seemed almost anticlimactic after years of unprecedented carnage. Official records of the Zealandia disaster were incomplete and often contradictory, reflecting the chaos and limited administrative capabilities of wartime government agencies. Many documents were subsequently lost or destroyed during reorganizations, natural disasters, and the normal processes of bureaucratic change that made reconstruction of the disaster's details extremely difficult. The Australian and New Zealand governments, overwhelmed with the massive task of repatriating hundreds of thousands of troops and dealing with the economic and social disruption of the war's end, were unable to devote significant resources to investigating or commemorating the Zealandia tragedy. The disaster became one of many wartime losses that were never properly documented or memorialized. For the families of the victims, the Zealandia disaster created a particularly cruel form of wartime grief. Many had already endured years of uncertainty about loved ones serving in combat, only to lose them during what should have been a safe journey home. The absence of detailed casualty lists or clear information about the disaster made it difficult for families to understand exactly what had happened or to achieve closure about their losses. The remote location of the wreck meant that bodies were never recovered, and proper burial was impossible for most victims. The tropical waters of the Coral Sea became the final resting place for over 1,000 Australian and New Zealand servicemen who had survived the war's battlefields only to die within sight of home. The investigation into the Zealandia disaster was limited by the technological and administrative capabilities of 1918. Maritime accident investigation was still a developing field, and the remote location of the wreck made detailed examination impossible with available resources. The official inquiry relied mainly on testimony from the few survivors and analysis of navigation records that may have been incomplete or inaccurate. The role of uncharted reefs in the disaster highlighted broader problems with Pacific navigation that had claimed ships for decades. The vast distances and limited resources available for hydrographic survey meant that many areas of the Pacific remained poorly mapped well into the 20th century, creating constant hazards for maritime navigation. Chart accuracy in the Coral Sea was particularly problematic due to the complex and constantly changing nature of coral reef systems. Reefs could grow or shift position over time, making even accurate surveys obsolete within a few years. The dynamic nature of coral formations meant that navigation in these waters would remain dangerous, even with the best available charts and equipment. The Zealandia's loss demonstrated the vulnerability of large passenger vessels to navigation hazards that might seem minor compared to the dramatic threats of warfare or severe weather. A single navigation error or chart inaccuracy could transform a routine voyage into a maritime catastrophe that claimed more lives than major naval battles. The wartime conversion of passenger liners for troop transport also created safety challenges that were not fully understood in 1918. The modifications needed to accommodate large numbers of troops often compromised the ship's original safety systems and emergency procedures, while the urgency of wartime operations left little time for the training and preparation that might have improved survival rates during emergencies. Modern analysis of the Zealandia disaster using contemporary understanding of ship design and maritime safety reveals numerous factors that contributed to the massive loss of life. The rapid flooding caused by reef damage, inadequate life-saving equipment for the number of people actually aboard, and the remote location that made rescue impossible, all combined to create conditions where survival was nearly impossible for most passengers and crew. The tragedy also highlighted the particular vulnerabilities of military personnel being transported as passengers rather than crew. Unlike naval personnel who were trained in shipboard emergency procedures, Army troops had little knowledge of maritime safety and were dependent on ship's crew for survival information and assistance that may not have been available during the chaotic final moments of the sinking. Today, more than a century after the Zealandia's loss, the disaster remains one of the most poorly documented major maritime tragedies in Pacific history. The wreck's location in the Coral Sea has made archaeological investigation difficult, while the loss of historical records has prevented detailed reconstruction of the disaster's circumstances. The ship's remains, if they still exist on the reef where she struck, serve as a monument to the 1,100 lives lost and a reminder of the costs of inadequate navigation resources and the dangers of operating large passenger vessels in poorly charted waters. The Zealandia's crew and passengers died not in the glory of battle but in the mundane tragedy of navigation error, victims of the gap between human ambition and the resources available to support safe ocean travel. For the maritime history of Australia and New Zealand, the Zealandia disaster represents one of the greatest losses of life in their nation's peacetime shipping, though the wartime context has obscured its significance. The tragedy demonstrated the continued dangers of Pacific navigation and the vulnerability of even large ships to the natural hazards of coral reef waters. The forgotten nature of the Zealandia disaster also reflects broader patterns in how maritime tragedies are remembered and commemorated. Disasters that occur during wartime or other periods of crisis often become overshadowed by larger events, leaving families and communities without the recognition and remembrance that help process grief and honor the dead. In the warm, clear waters of the Coral Sea, where tropical beauty masks deadly navigation hazards, the Zealandia's final resting place serves as a reminder that the ocean's capacity for claiming lives extends beyond dramatic storms and enemy action to include the everyday hazards that challenge mariners in even the most beautiful waters on Earth. The ship's loss stands as testimony to the 1,100 souls who died so close to home after surviving the war's worst battlefields, victims of the sea's ability to transform paradise into tragedy without warning. Story 17. Motor Vessel Nimbin, Sudden Death in Familiar Waters. From the forgotten tragedy of the Zealandia in the remote Coral Sea, we now return to the coastal waters of Australia during World War II, where another disaster would demonstrate how quickly familiar waters could become deadly when transformed by the hidden dangers of global warfare. On December 19, 1940, the Australian freighter motor vessel Nimbin struck a German mine off New South Wales, exploding instantly with such force that all 20 crew members perished, without time to transmit distress signals or deploy survival equipment. The sudden, violent destruction of the ship in waters considered safe would shock the Australian public and reveal how the war had brought hidden death to their very doorstep. The waters off Australia's east coast in 1940 seemed far removed from the global conflict that was consuming Europe and threatening to engulf the entire world. While German submarines prowled the Atlantic and Luftwaffe bombers darkened the skies over Britain, the familiar shipping lanes between Australian ports carried on their essential work, with little apparent change from peacetime operations. For Australian mariners, these coastal waters represented the safest and most predictable routes in their maritime world. Generations of seamen had learned their craft in these seas, where well-known landmarks, established navigation aids, and regular shipping traffic created conditions that seemed almost impossibly secure compared to the war zones of the Atlantic and Mediterranean. The motor vessel Nimbin embodied this sense of security and routine. Built in 1923 as a coastal freighter for the North Coast Steam Navigation Company, the 1,052-ton vessel had spent nearly 2 decades carrying cargo between Australian ports, developing an intimate familiarity with the waters where she would meet her violent end. At 200 feet long and designed specifically for Australian coastal service, the Nimbin was typical of the workboat vessels that formed the backbone of domestic maritime commerce. Her cargo holds could accommodate the diverse range of goods that moved between Australia's scattered ports: agricultural products, manufactured goods, raw materials, and the countless other items that connected the continent's communities through maritime transportation. The ship's crew of 20 men represented a cross-section of Australian maritime workers, who had chosen to remain on coastal routes rather than risk the dangers of overseas service during wartime. These experienced mariners knew every headland, current, and hazard along the routes they traveled, creating a sense of professional confidence and familiarity that made their work seem routine, even during global conflict. Captain William Ilberry commanded the Nimbin with the authority and experience of someone who had spent his career navigating Australian waters. His crew included officers, engineers, and sailors who had worked these routes for years, men whose knowledge of local conditions and navigation hazards was encyclopedic, and whose competence was proven through thousands of safe voyages. On December 19, 1940, the Nimbin departed Newcastle, New South Wales, bound for Brisbane with a cargo of general freight. The voyage was absolutely routine by the standards of Australian coastal shipping, a familiar route along well-traveled shipping lanes, carrying typical cargo to a destination the ship had reached hundreds of times before. Weather conditions were favorable for the journey, with moderate seas and good visibility that made navigation straightforward and safe. The ship steamed northeast along the coast, following established shipping lanes that had been used by countless vessels for decades without unusual incident. What Captain Ilberry and his crew could not have known was that these familiar waters had been transformed into a deadly minefield by German naval operations they never imagined could reach Australia's coastal waters. Unknown to Australian authorities, the German raider Orion had laid a field of contact mines in the shipping lanes off New South Wales, creating invisible death traps that would turn routine voyages into sudden catastrophes. The German mine-laying operation had been conducted with typical German efficiency and stealth. The Orion, disguised as a neutral merchant vessel, had approached the Australian coast under cover of darkness and laid her deadly cargo in precisely the shipping lanes where coastal traffic was heaviest. Contact mines represented one of the most insidious weapons of naval warfare, capable of remaining dormant for months or years until struck by an unsuspecting vessel. These weapons required no human operator and no sophisticated targeting systems. They simply waited in the water until a ship's hull provided the impact needed to trigger their explosive charges. The mines laid off New South Wales were designed to detonate when struck by vessels of the size and displacement typical of coastal shipping. Their explosive charges contained enough force to blow massive holes in ship hulls, causing instant flooding and structural damage that could sink even substantial vessels within minutes or seconds. At approximately 8:15 a.m. on December 19, 1940, the motor vessel Nimbin struck one of these hidden mines while steaming through what her crew believed were completely safe waters. The explosion was instantaneous and catastrophic, detonating with such force that it was heard by other vessels several miles away and seen as a towering column of smoke and debris rising from the ocean surface. The mine's detonation occurred directly beneath the Nimbin's hull, creating a massive underwater explosion that tore through the ship's steel plating like tissue paper. The force of the blast was sufficient to break the vessel's back, causing her to break apart and sink within minutes of the initial explosion. The sudden nature of the disaster left no time for distress signals, evacuation procedures, or any of the emergency responses that might have saved lives during a more gradual sinking. The crew had no warning of the hidden danger beneath their ship, and no opportunity to react to the catastrophic explosion that ended their lives. Witnesses aboard other vessels in the area described seeing the Nimbin simply vanish in a massive explosion, with debris and smoke rising hundreds of feet into the air, before settling back onto waters that showed no trace of the ship that had been there moments before. The speed and violence of the destruction shocked even experienced mariners, who had witnessed various maritime accidents during their careers. The complete loss of all 20 crew members made the Nimbin disaster one of the most devastating maritime accidents in Australian coastal waters during World War II. Unlike major naval battles where casualties were expected and prepared for, the sudden destruction of a civilian vessel in familiar waters created a sense of vulnerability and shock that reverberated throughout Australian maritime communities. The Australian government's response to the disaster was initially confused and uncertain, as authorities struggled to understand how a routine coastal voyage could result in such catastrophic loss. The possibility of mine warfare in Australian waters had been considered theoretically possible, but seemed so remote that few practical preparations had been made for such attacks. Investigation of the disaster revealed the presence of German mines in Australian coastal waters for the first time, forcing a complete reassessment of maritime security and the dangers facing domestic shipping. The discovery that enemy forces had successfully laid mines within sight of the Australian coast challenged assumptions about the war's geographic limitations and Australia's relative safety. The mine warfare campaign that claimed the Nimbin was part of a broader German strategy to disrupt Allied shipping in remote waters, where defenses were minimal and attacks unexpected. The psychological impact of such operations often exceeded their immediate military value, creating fear and uncertainty that disrupted normal maritime operations, far beyond the actual areas where mines were laid. For Australian maritime workers, the Nimbin disaster transformed familiar waters into potential battlefields, where hidden dangers could claim lives without warning. The comfortable familiarity that had characterized coastal shipping was replaced by constant awareness that each voyage might encounter deadly hazards left by enemy forces. The loss of the Nimbin also highlighted the vulnerability of civilian vessels and crews to modern naval warfare. The ship's crew had signed on for coastal trading voyages, not military operations, yet they became casualties of global conflict through no choice of their own. Their deaths demonstrated how total war could reach into the most mundane aspects of civilian life. The mine that destroyed the Nimbin was one of several laid by the German raider in Australian waters, creating a hidden threat that would claim other vessels and disrupt shipping operations for months after the initial laying. The difficulty of locating and clearing mines in the vast expanse of Australian coastal waters meant that the threat persisted long after the German ship had departed. Australian naval authorities responded to the mine threat by implementing new convoy procedures, establishing minesweeping operations, and issuing warnings to merchant vessels about the dangers of operating in previously safe waters. However, the vast coastline and limited naval resources made comprehensive protection impossible. The psychological impact of the Nimbin disaster extended beyond immediate safety concerns to affect public perception of Australia's vulnerability to enemy attack. The successful penetration of Australian waters by German forces challenged the sense of geographic isolation that had traditionally protected the continent from European conflicts. For the families of the 20 lost crew members, the Nimbin disaster created sudden and devastating loss that came without warning or explanation. Unlike military casualties whose families understood the risks of wartime service, the Nimbin's crew had been performing civilian duties that seemed far removed from combat operations. The sudden nature of the mine explosion meant that no crew members survived to provide accounts of the disaster or closure for grieving families. The absence of survivors and the complete destruction of the vessel left families with only the knowledge that their loved ones had died instantly without suffering, but without any detailed understanding of the circumstances. Memorial services for the Nimbin's crew were held throughout Australia, but the classified nature of mine warfare information meant that many details of the disaster could not be publicly disclosed. Families and communities were left to mourn without fully understanding the enemy operations that had brought the war to their doorstep. The economic impact of the Nimbin disaster and the broader mine threat affected Australian coastal shipping for months after the attack. Insurance rates increased dramatically, some routes were temporarily suspended, and cargo owners sought alternative transportation methods that avoided waters where mines might be present. The disaster also influenced Australian naval strategy and resource allocation, leading to increased emphasis on coastal defense and mine warfare capabilities. The vulnerability revealed by the Nimbin attack prompted expansion of minesweeping forces and improved coordination between naval and merchant marine operations. International maritime law regarding mine warfare was complex and often contradictory, but the laying of mines in territorial waters was generally considered legitimate under the laws of war. The challenge for defending nations was developing effective countermeasures and warning systems that could protect civilian shipping without revealing defensive capabilities to enemy forces. The technology of 1940 made mine detection and clearance extremely difficult and dangerous work. Minesweeping operations required specialized vessels and equipment that were in short supply throughout the Allied nations, while the vast areas that needed to be cleared made comprehensive coverage nearly impossible with available resources. For Australian maritime historians, the Nimbin disaster represents a turning point when global conflict reached into previously secure domestic waters. The ship's loss marked the end of assumptions about safety and isolation that had characterized Australian maritime operations since Federation. The wreck of the motor vessel Nimbin, if any substantial remains survived the mine explosion, rests on the ocean floor off New South Wales as a monument to the 20 lives lost, and a reminder of how quickly familiar waters can become deadly when transformed by the hidden weapons of modern warfare. The sudden, violent nature of the disaster also highlighted the particular dangers of mine warfare, where death could strike without warning in waters that appeared completely safe. The Nimbin's crew died not in dramatic naval combat, but in the routine performance of civilian duties, victims of weapons that required no human operator and gave no warning of their presence. Modern mine warfare technology has made such weapons even more sophisticated and deadly, but the fundamental challenges of detecting and clearing mines remain largely unchanged from those faced by Australian authorities in 1940. The ocean's capacity to conceal deadly weapons continues to threaten maritime transportation in conflict zones around the world. The story of the motor vessel Nimbin serves as a reminder that maritime warfare in the modern era extends far beyond dramatic surface battles, to include the hidden weapons that can transform peaceful waters into killing fields without warning. The ship's crew died as civilians caught in military conflict, casualties of humanity's ability to weaponize the ocean itself against those who depend on it for their livelihood. In the familiar waters off New South Wales, where generations of Australian mariners had learned their craft in safety, the Nimbin's violent end demonstrated that no waters are truly safe when nations turn the sea itself into a battlefield. The ship's memory stands as a testament to the civilian costs of global conflict and the courage of those who continue maritime operations despite the hidden dangers that modern warfare can scatter beneath the waves, like seeds of sudden death. Story 18. SS El Faro, Modern Mystery in Ancient Waters. From the sudden destruction of the MV Nimbin in familiar Australian waters during World War II, we now sail forward through time to our final story, a modern maritime mystery that proves the ocean's capacity for claiming lives hasn't diminished despite all our technological advances. On October 1st, 2015, the cargo ship SS El Faro sank in Hurricane Joaquin in the infamous waters of the Bermuda Triangle, taking all 33 crew members to their deaths in circumstances that continue to puzzle investigators despite sophisticated recovery operations, detailed data recorders, and the most advanced maritime safety technology ever deployed. The SS El Faro represented the modern face of maritime commerce, a 790-foot cargo vessel built in 1975 and operated by Tote Maritime Puerto Rico, also known as Tote, to provide essential supply services between the continental United States and Puerto Rico. At 33 years old, she was considered a mature but well-maintained vessel, equipped with modern navigation systems, satellite communications, weather routing capabilities, and all the safety equipment required by contemporary maritime regulations. The ship's regular route between Jacksonville, Florida, and San Juan, Puerto Rico, was one of the most important cargo lifelines in the Caribbean, carrying everything from food and consumer goods to vehicles and industrial equipment that sustained Puerto Rico's economy. The weekly service provided by El Faro and her sister ships represented a critical connection between the island territory and the mainland United States. Captain Michael Davidson commanded the El Faro with 20 years of experience in merchant marine operations and intimate knowledge of Caribbean shipping routes. His crew of 32 included licensed officers, experienced engineers, and merchant mariners who had spent their careers moving cargo safely across some of the world's most challenging waters. On September 29, 2015, the El Faro departed Jacksonville bound for San Juan with a full load of cargo containers and 33 crew members aboard. The ship's cargo holds and deck spaces contained over 1,100 containers, carrying a typical mix of goods destined for Puerto Rico: automobiles, food products, construction materials, and other essential supplies. Weather conditions at departure showed the development of Tropical Storm Joaquin in the Atlantic, but initial forecasts suggested the storm would remain well south of the El Faro's planned route. Modern weather routing systems and satellite communications allowed ships to track developing storms and adjust their courses to avoid dangerous conditions, making encounters with major hurricanes increasingly rare for well-managed vessels. However, Hurricane Joaquin proved to be an unusually unpredictable and rapidly intensifying storm that defied weather models and forecasting systems. The hurricane strengthened much faster than predicted and followed a track that brought it directly into the shipping lanes used by vessels traveling between the mainland United States and the Caribbean. As the El Faro steamed southeast toward Puerto Rico on September 30th and October 1st, Captain Davidson and his crew faced increasingly difficult decisions about how to handle the approaching storm. Weather reports showed Joaquin intensifying rapidly and moving on a track that could intersect with the ship's planned route, but the exact timing and intensity remained uncertain. Modern ships like the El Faro were designed to handle severe weather conditions, including hurricanes, through a combination of robust construction, advanced stability systems, and sophisticated weather routing that allowed them to avoid the worst conditions. However, these capabilities had limits that could be exceeded by storms of exceptional intensity or vessels that encountered mechanical problems in heavy weather. The decision-making process aboard the El Faro during the final hours before the disaster reflected the complex challenges facing modern merchant marine officers who must balance schedule pressures, cargo considerations, crew safety, and increasingly sophisticated but sometimes contradictory weather information. On the morning of October 1st, 2015, the El Faro transmitted her final communications to shore stations, reporting that she was experiencing heavy weather but continuing toward Puerto Rico. The ship's crew indicated they were monitoring Hurricane Joaquin and taking appropriate precautions, but gave no indication of immediate danger or distress. At approximately 7:30 a.m., the El Faro's crew reported that they had lost propulsion and were taking on water in heavy seas generated by Hurricane Joaquin. This final transmission indicated that the ship was in serious trouble, but still maintained the capability for communication and damage control efforts. Shortly after this transmission, all contact with the El Faro was lost. The ship's satellite communication systems, emergency beacons, and survival craft tracking devices all fell silent simultaneously, suggesting that whatever happened to the vessel occurred rapidly and catastrophically. The search and rescue operation that followed became one of the most extensive and technologically advanced maritime rescue efforts in United States history. Coast Guard aircraft, cutters, and specialized rescue vessels combed thousands of square miles of ocean churned by Hurricane Joaquin's passage, searching for any sign of the ship or her crew. Rescue teams found debris from the El Faro scattered across a wide area of ocean, including life rings, containers, and other materials that confirmed the ship had been destroyed. However, No survivors were found despite intensive searching that continued for days after the vessel's disappearance. The recovery of the ship's voyage data recorder provided unprecedented insight into the final hours of a major maritime disaster. The device, similar to aircraft black boxes, contained detailed recordings of bridge conversations, engine room operations, and navigation data that allowed investigators to reconstruct the sequence of events leading to the ship's loss. Analysis of the data recorder revealed that the El Faro had lost propulsion due to flooding in the engine room, leaving the ship helpless in Hurricane Joaquin's enormous seas. Without power for steering, pumping, or other critical systems, the vessel had become disabled in conditions where survival was impossible even for a modern cargo ship. The investigation also revealed that the El Faro had encountered waves estimated at 50 feet or higher, with wind speeds exceeding 140 miles per hour. These conditions represented the extreme edge of what any merchant vessel could be expected to survive, even with all systems functioning properly. However, questions remained about why the ship had encountered such extreme conditions and whether different decisions about route planning, storm avoidance, or damage control might have prevented the disaster. The investigation revealed a complex interaction of factors, including weather forecasting limitations, mechanical problems, and human decision-making under extreme stress. The loss of all 33 crew members made the El Faro disaster the worst United States maritime commercial shipping disaster in decades. The tragedy highlighted continuing vulnerabilities in modern shipping despite advances in technology, communication, and safety systems. The investigation revealed that even sophisticated weather forecasting and routing systems could not eliminate the risks of encountering extreme weather conditions, particularly when storms intensified rapidly or followed unexpected tracks. The El Faro's encounter with Hurricane Joaquin demonstrated that nature could still overwhelm human technology and planning. The disaster also highlighted vulnerabilities in aging vessel systems and the challenges of maintaining older ships in demanding service conditions. While the El Faro was considered seaworthy and properly maintained, her 40-year age meant that critical systems might be more vulnerable to failure under extreme stress than newer vessels with more modern designs. For the families of the 33 victims, the El Faro disaster created profound loss compounded by questions about whether the tragedy could have been prevented through different decisions or better weather information. The detailed investigation provided more information about the crew's final hours than most maritime disasters, but also revealed the complexity of the factors that led to their deaths. The location of the disaster in waters associated with the Bermuda Triangle added an additional layer of public fascination to the tragedy. Though investigators found no evidence of any unusual phenomena beyond the well-documented effects of Hurricane Joaquin, modern search and recovery technology allowed investigators to locate and examine the El Faro's wreck on the ocean floor at a depth of over 15,000 feet, providing detailed information about the ship's final condition and the damage that caused her sinking. The wreck examination revealed that the El Faro had suffered catastrophic structural damage consistent with being overwhelmed by extreme wave conditions after losing propulsion. The ship's hull showed evidence of the tremendous forces generated by Hurricane Joaquin's seas, demonstrating the power of nature to destroy even large modern vessels. As we reach the end of our journey through these 18 dangerous ocean mysteries, from the vanishing luxury yacht Witchcraft in Miami's twinkling harbor to the modern tragedy of the SS El Faro in Hurricane Joaquin's fury, we're reminded that the ocean's capacity for mystery, danger, and sudden transformation remains as potent today as it was when ancient mariners first ventured beyond sight of land. These stories span more than a century of maritime history, from the golden age of ocean liners to our current era of satellite navigation and instant global communication. Yet the common thread running through each tragedy is the sea's fundamental indifference to human technology, preparation, and confidence. Whether claiming victims through mysterious disappearances, sudden storms, structural failures, or human error, the ocean continues to humble our assumptions about mastery over the natural world. The waters that have swallowed these ships and souls continue to flow around our planet, carrying new vessels and new dreams toward destinations that some will never reach. In the endless blue expanse that covers most of our world, mysteries still wait to be born, and legends still sleep in the depths, ready to surface without warning to remind us that for all our progress, the sea remains fundamentally wild, unknowable, and magnificent in its terrible power. Perhaps that's why these maritime mysteries continue to fascinate us long after the ships have sunk and the victims have been mourned. They speak to something primal in the human spirit, our recognition that despite all our achievements, we remain small and vulnerable when confronted with forces beyond our control. In the vast democracy of the ocean, where storms treat luxury liners and cargo vessels with equal violence, we're all equal in our fragility. The ocean keeps its secrets well, revealing them only grudgingly, if at all. But our fascination with these mysteries endures, drawing us back to the water's edge to gaze outward and wonder what other enigmas await discovery beneath the waves. In an age of constant surveillance and digital connectivity, the seas still harbor darkness and uncertainty, reminding us that the greatest frontier on our planet isn't in space, but in the depths that surround us. As you contemplate these mysteries, remember that the same waters that have claimed ships, concealed evidence, and generated inexplicable phenomena also connect us all, flowing uninterrupted around our single shared planet. The mysteries of the ocean are, in a profound sense, the mysteries of our world, enigmas that transcend national boundaries and speak to our common human experience of wonder, fear, and respect for forces greater than ourselves. Thank you for joining me on this extraordinary voyage through the ocean's most dangerous mysteries. Until our paths cross again in these treacherous but magnificent waters, may your journey be safe, your course be true, and your sense of wonder remain as vast and endless as the sea itself.